Pledge of Allegiance. For those wanting to participate, would you please rise?
Oh, Heavenly Father, we love you and praise you and thank you, Lord, tonight for your merciful hand upon us and upon our country and upon our city. We ask you, Lord, just to touch this council, touch the mayor tonight, give them wisdom from above, that they might do the right for this city and for the people of Port Huron, that we might be a city for God. We praise you and thank you. In Jesus' name we ask it, amen.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Byrne.
Here.
Councilmember Fisher.
Here.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Here.
Councilmember McCullough.
Here.
Councilmember Ralkin.
Here.
Councilmember Wright.
Present.
Mayor Moeller.
Here. Approval of the minutes from the last meeting, regular meeting of December 10th, 2007. Need a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
No, just ask if all in favor.
All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Approve the minutes of the special meeting of January 7th, 2008. Motion to accept?
Motion to accept.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Public hearings.
Public hearing number 1 is to hear public comments on the proposed vacation of the 20th Street right-of-way in the block bounded by Grand Trunk and the C&O Railroad line to the north, Petit Street to the south, 1905 Baird Street to the east, and 24th Street to the west, with reservation of a utility easement over the easterly 66 feet. We do have one letter that I need to read in for the public hearing, and it also applies to the next one. And it is, Dear Mayor and City Council members, on behalf of the Economic Development Alliance of St. Clair County, we request your support and approval of the request of International Automotive Components, IAC, for a street vacation under public hearing number 1 and vacation of utility easement under public hearing number 2. Approval of these requests will allow IAC to implement their expansion plans that we reviewed with the council last month, and for which at that time you approved a property tax abatement request. IAC needs to construct a building to support its expansion plans in the area where the street easement vacations are being requested. Thank you for your consideration and support of this project, which will help make the Port Huron facility of IAC more cost competitive and economically viable. Sincerely, Douglas Alexander, Executive Director of the EDA.
Resolution approving the vacation.
You still have to open it up to the floor.
Pardon me? Oh, anyone wanting to address the public hearing? This public hearing? Oh, okay. Okay. Anyone wanting to address the first public hearing? Hearing none, seeing none, public hearings are closed for this one.
Yeah, now with the new rules, yes. Now I can read the resolution.
Okay.
Resolution follows that one, and it would approve the vacation of a portion of the 20th Street right-of-way as described above.
Have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Support.
Any discussion? Clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Ralkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. Public hearing number 2.
Public hearing number 2 would be to hear public comments on the proposed vacation of an easement located on property in the block bounded by Grand Trunk and C&O Railroad line to the north, Petit Street to the south, 16th Street to the east, and 2005 Petit Street to the west.
Public hearings, any comments on public hearing number 2 from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, public hearing number 2 is closed. The resolution.
And we now have a resolution which would approve the vacation of the portion of an easement as was described.
Motion?
Move to adopt.
Second?
Support.
Discussion? Hearing none, clerk take the roll.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Ralkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. Public hearing number 3.
Number 3 would be to hear public comments on the general needs in community development, housing, and special services utilizing CDBG and home funds for the fiscal year beginning April 1, 2008.
Public comments, reference public hearing number 3. Please give your name and address, please. Spell your last name, please.
Joanne Rumford, R-U-M-F-O-R-D, and I live at 3540 Parkway Drive, Apartment 9, at Continental Court Apartments in Port Huron.
Thank you.
This is the third time I've been here. I hope it's not 3 straight throughout. But the first time was an issue with the bus millage when Mayor Neal was the mayor. The second meeting, or the second city hall meeting was regarding the roundtable discussion, and the mayor then was Mayor Kutcher, now a new mayor, Mayor Muller. Okay, I don't know if I should be talking in this unless it's public audiences, because I called Pauline's office today and I talked to your assistant, Sue. She said to me that, well, you're away from your desk you had a lot of calls coming through, but I had told her that what I want to talk about is public access, and it was in the paper today about being on the internet, and I live in a HUD housing, apartment 12 units, and right now at Federal Building in Detroit today, they had a hearing lawsuits on various people or businesses that was suing Comcast. And my landlord, when they rewired our apartment for cable a couple years ago, at the time the resident manager said that they were planning on suing because they had to tear off the walls below the apartment. And then the crew, the Innovative, had to put them back up, so they were suing Comcast. So I don't know if they're part of the lawsuit downtown, so I don't know if this is an issue for number 3, because it is actually what I want to talk about is public access to the,
don't think so.
so it's not issue that.
No, it's not that issue.
So-
When we have public audience, you can come down back up and talk about that then.
Okay, because
Okay.
it's strictly related to the housing, the HUD, and the handicapped people, and, you know.
Okay.
So,
I would suggest you have a seat right there, because as soon as we're done with this one, public audience is next, and you can jump right up and be the first one to speak at public audience. Okay?
okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other discussion on public, or public hearings number 3? Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Julie Allen, Safe Horizon Supportive Housing Program Manager. Tonight I would like to request that the City of Port Huron consider allocating $17,500 of the 2009 CDBG funds to Safe Horizons. The requested funds will be used to provide homeless services at Pathway Homeless Shelter and Carolyn's Place. Safe Horizons provides emergency shelter and support services to homeless individuals and families from our community. Services include individual case management, counseling, and assistance in assessing community resources. Our programs are designed to target residential stability and promote independence. Upon completion of their stay, it is our hope that our clients will be in a position to maintain housing in the City of Port Huron and will be aware and able to utilize community supports and resources. Many of our clients move from shelter onto supportive housing programs in the City of Port Huron. By providing clients with service-enriched affordable housing, Safe Horizons is working to increase tenure in occupancy and reduce the incidence of crisis for people with various combinations of needs. The program works to create a sense of community in and around housing that fosters safety and nonviolence, individual growth and development, self-determination, self-reliance, and residential satisfaction. Through our supportive housing program, we are bringing over $850,000 per year into the community that goes directly towards rental assistance. The proposed programming costs meet 2 of the 3 national objectives for the CDBG program. Our services benefit low-income persons and they respond to an urgent community need. I hope that you will, we very much appreciate the assistance and support that the city manager and the council have given us in the past years.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Any other comments on public hearing number 3? Hearing none, seeing, oh, I'm sorry, moving too fast.
It's been a long day, don't move that.
Sorry,
I have a handout, if that's okay for council members.
please.
My name's Angela Kelly. I guess the best way to reach me is 314 Huron Avenue, downtown Port Huron. That's my family store, Ben's Fine Furniture. And I have, it's kind of last minute because I just found out about this meeting tonight through the website. Also, I contacted Mr. Fisher and Mr. Lewandowski also in a not direct way, but in a way. And what I'm asking for, I went around today and I also talked to the owners of Alpine Cycles, the Roach Bar, Military Music Cafe, Allstate. I don't want to miss anyone that I did get a chance to talk to. Of course, Ben's Furniture, and there's several different area downtown businesses. I didn't get a chance to contact everyone, but we just wanted to let the city council know that we need to have grant money put into downtown Port Huron for existing businesses. My objective for my family is to get the building painted this spring and also for signs. The facade grants, I've been told from the city and from, I talked to Janice Dubé of Main Street today, that there's nothing existing for businesses downtown Port Huron. And as excited as we are about the opportunities for the grants to bring business to downtown, which we all want to have, and we're so excited about, you know, having new neighbors, we also need to make sure that the buildings that have been there, that are established, that are bringing customers and are bringing an income to downtown Port Huron also receives also, you know, some funding and grants. I did write a grant, and it was through the Atchison facade grant, and it was a match grant to have our building painted. And as you can tell, it's a pretty big building. And I also am just starting to explore, and I'll probably be contacting some city council members about getting our buildings declared as historical. I know that John Roach, his building's over 100 years old. And he's thought about it, we're thinking about it, we're coming up on 100-year-old. And also, this is one of the first poured concrete structures in the United States, the Ben's Fine Furniture Building. It has a lot of history, as you all know, and that's what this handout is. So we're interested in, for the existing businesses, we're kind of feeling a little slighted, and we want to keep downtown beautiful, and that's going to attract customers and also new business too. And business is great, and we're really excited about the future, and especially with the new city council. So keep us in mind. I also contacted Member Fisher here about that we didn't receive, there's a new state grant, and it said that we weren't existing for that. I don't know what the reasons are why, you know, for that. All I can think is because we are already receiving community block grants. I'm not sure what the reason was for that, so if you guys could look into that also, because I need all the help that I can get.
She wasn't, okay.
All right. then.
Okay, any questions, comments? You want to answer?
Well, I think the situation that you're referring to is the fact that there are some state discretionary programs under Community Development Block Grant that people can apply for, but because the city of Port Huron's an entitlement community, we're not eligible for those monies. But a project like yours is something that could be considered in this process, so it's very appropriate for you to be here tonight.
Oh, good. And, you know, like I said, we've all been concentrating on fixing up our buildings. They are getting older, and we're not sure about the historical, you know, if that's the way to go also, because we're talking 100-year-old buildings here. It's getting to be that time as far as how old the city is, granted 150 year, and also the buildings are getting around that time too. So we're not sure if that's the opportunity, you know, another opportunity for us and a way to go. So we're looking back for input also from the city council, if that's the best way to go also. And I appreciate it for keeping us in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments on public hearing number 3? Hearing none, seeing none, public hearing number 3 is closed. Public audiences. This time you can address the council on anything that's on the agenda or that the council has done in the past or is intending to do in the future, or you would like us to do. Please give your full name and spell your last name, please.
Joanne Rumford, R-U-M-F-O-R-D, 3540 Parkway Drive, Apartment 9 in Port Huron, Continental Court Apartments. I've got an outline I made. I don't know who I would hand it to. I don't have copies for everybody. So
Okay.
you can keep this.
Thank you.
Public record or whatever. I wrote something, and I know it's probably less than 4 minutes, but really what I want to talk about is the article in today's paper, in the Times Herald by Shannon Murphy, about local station heads to internet. So that means this is, I don't know, tonight it's going to be on television, I guess, just one more night, and then I don't know if it's being telecast to internet, but it's supposed to. So anyways, public access is important to people like myself, handicapped. I have been here for 13 years in Port Huron at the same residence. I moved in when it's a new building. My cohabitant is with me here in the audience. He's been with me, Joe O'Connor, for 7 years. It's a struggle for people. I'm not talking for people in my apartment complex or any handicap or organization, community mental health. It's on my own point of view. I wrote an article on the January 1st in the letter to the editor. Movie Charlie Wilson's War has insights for today's conflicts. There was one post to this, and it was by a comment made by MJH48059, and he goes on to say that that you have to be a fool to regard a movie as what's going on with Iraq today, and haven't we seen the same argument over Inconvenient Truth? Okay, I don't feel that's justified. I didn't know until we went to see the movie last week, Charlie Wilson's War, that it was a book before it became a movie, and there's an index in the back of the book, so it's fact, right? So actually the movie's after the fact. I checked on the letters, and they have also at Times Herald a forum, and he's posted about over 2,000 posts. It's in that. He's from Harrison Township. He's got a website, MySpace, with the MJH48059. I noticed, too, when I did the research, that Ajax made 3 comments on this, and he joined in August of 2007. But I went to the 3 posts, and I didn't see. He was the former mayor here, if you recall. My point of view is, if you don't have access to find out who's looking at what you are doing, like if you're writing in the newspaper or whatever, it could be journals, whatever, then you don't have really a handle on your own life. I think that with the internet and cell phones and the speed of thought, it's kind of like you're going before you even think, okay? Now, I wrote this out, and it's 3 pages, and I've already talked probably 2 minutes already, but you are important here, the council. President Bush, in his 43rd speech on TV, and he's the 43rd president of the USA, said sometimes local politics drive national politics in so many words. So actually he's saying local politics. That's not a township, that's the city. Mike Huckabee at the Economic Club of Detroit in January 11th, last Friday, campaigning for Republican primaries and caucus, said that only good government is local government, okay? So here, there is a shift in government. It's a shift in power. Now, how are we going to have that access for just everyday people? And then Hillary Clinton, if you didn't catch her whole thing before the tears came out on the TV about
You only have
her
15.
comment.
You only have 15 seconds, ma'am. 10
Okay.
seconds.
Well, she said that she sees something coming. She sees that that something is happening right now, and you know it's kind of like crazy because if you don't have money, you don't have a voice. You have to depend on people to speak for you, and that's either like community mental health or a social worker. And sometimes they can't do nothing other than if you don't have the money, they're not going to do anything for you.
Okay.
Unless
Your
you get
time's up,
help.
ma'am.
Okay, it's up, okay.
Thank you.
So that's my point of view on public access.
Thank you.
Okay.
Public audience.
Anthony, the city of Port Huron. This is an attempt to recall a person from elected public office You, Brian Mueller, are a fraud. You, Brian Mueller, are a crook. You, Brian Mueller, are a hypocrite. You, Brian Mueller, are the status quo. Yes, you and your cohorts, the Times Herald, Cliff Schrader, Comcast Cable, and the Italian, Hispanic, and black hating Edward Schultz are evil. Them that fear the written and spoken word are dangerous and Nazi-type criminals. How dare you stop me from speaking before the city council? You are a discredited sexual deviant who brings back the memory of Ajax Ackerman. You are Dandy Grove's flunky. Stop me from talking to the people, will you? Shame on you and the memories of all you bring back when I think back. You are the status quo, the crookedness and the fraudulent past that has come home to roost. A pus-filled sore on the back of our city. Remember when everybody wanted to crucify you because of your fraud and sexual indiscretion? No one publicly stood up for you. But me. I said, leave Brian Mueller alone. Nobody but me. They wanted to humiliate and destroy you, but you eventually got your settlement because I said, leave Brian Mueller alone. And the first action you performed as mayor was to stop me from talking. You are not fit to be mayor of Port Huron. You are not fit to work as a state employee that Dandy Grove made you. You are a danger to the city of Port Huron, the county of St. Clair, and the state of Michigan. You are an abomination of truth and decency. Stop me from speaking before the people like your decrepit predecessor, Alan Klotzer. I ask the people to recall this demon of humanity. I ask the people to recall this hypocrite. I ask the people, this man of low morale and deception. Recall this evil of a man, this obnoxious spot upon our city and state. He should be recalled and fired from state payroll. He is a fraud and an abomination. Stop me from trying to express my right to speak as an American. You ugly, shameful excuse of a human. How dare you? You are a danger to all of us. You are lies, corruption, and the status quo. You, Brian Mueller, are what makes $4 a gallon for gasoline. You, Brian Mueller, are what makes the corrupt, crooked Comcast cable exist. I remember during World War II, Grandma and Mrs. Dietz taking us kids to Eastern Market in Detroit. They would tell us not to speak Italian or German and only speak English. Now I again speak Italian. Brian Mueller, tu es disgraziata. I again speak German. Brian Mueller, das unverboten Nazi. You are a hypocrite and a fraud. Stop me from speaking at a public meeting, will you? That is not democracy. That is not the way in 2008. Shame and dishonor upon you. Sieg Heil mein Tusch. Toodles.
Thank you, Anthony. Public audience, continue.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Tim Anderson, live at 2615 North Boulevard here in Port Huron. My wife and I, Nancy, and my wife's name is Nancy, we live on one of the lesser-known treasures here in Port Huron. That's Lincoln Park. We live right across one of the most active parts of that park, which is the basketball court and the playground area, except when there's an old-time baseball game just down the park. Great idea. That was fantastic. Been a great place for our kids, and it's been, we know a lot of kids love them, good times. As you know, some of you may have lived on parks in your life at some point or another, but there are some difficulties that occur sometimes with living by parks. They can include anything from noise to dogs loose to litter. Can be music, road groups of young people coming through the system, and unfortunately, it seems increasing in the last year or two. Some drugs distribution has been going on in different parts. I've seen some that I witnessed. But unfortunately, there's been too many occasions where my wife and I have had to physically break up fights between kids and older kids. We've had the opportunity to put our clothes on out of bed at 2 in the morning to walk across the street and to tell people to be quiet. I get a chance to put earplugs in our ears when people are playing basketball late at night. Anyway, it's been a good place, but there's some difficulties living by a park. So when I learned that you guys were discussing about this alcohol in the parks, I wanted to at least have a chance to express my opinion with you on that. My understanding is you're discussing the issue of striking language in the Code of Ordinances, was Chapter 4 and 36. And I'd like to express that please do not simply strike the language as it currently stands. I just assume you leave it in as it is, but please don't simply strike, particularly Resolution 15. I'm quoting from the Blue Water Voice. That's where I'm getting specifics on some of this. So I want to see Port Huron grow as much as you do, but please do not allow people to just walk into Lincoln Park and drink alcohol. Please do not let people just come in and allow roughhouse and violent behavior just go on without any kind of check or balance. Please do not do that. It's everything I just described to you with regard to having broken up fights and people being loud and rogue groups. That's all without intoxicants. Please do not add intoxicants to that scenario, because people like me and others who live along the parks, we love those parks. We watch them. I don't know if you've ever picked up a kid bleeding out of a park. It's not a fun thing. So, let's see. So anyway, I know you're dealing with it. I'm not particularly opposed to the idea of permits. The Jazz Fest happens in Lincoln Park. I wouldn't be opposed to a permit for Jazz Fest in that kind of a scenario. But in terms of just generally letting people go into the parks, I just ask that you wouldn't do it. In the end, it's about being safe with our kids and safe with our community, and particularly those of us that live right around the parks. I have great concern with that. So I'd like to urge you to consider not simply striking that language. Thank you for
Thank you,
your
Mr. Anderson.
listening.
I would like to say that I went through the park during the holidays, and it was very nice, and the homes around there were very well decorated. I took my grandkids down there. It was a nice
Yes.
trip.
I owe Mr. Atchison a thank you note. It does look very nice. If I may I leave a letter for you?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public audience, continue. Hi.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Karen Nickerson, and I live in Port Huron. I'm the Director of Community and Government Affairs for Leverage, a recently launched internet service company based in California. I've been asked to tell you a little bit about Leverage and its interest in an expansion into Port Huron, the hometown of Leverage President and CEO Mark Roberts. Mark and his co-founder, Jennifer Matthey, COO, came up with idea and product to give users a one-stop place to shop for making online gift card purchases, registering gift cards, tracking balances, swapping cards of equal value, and even earning interest. Last year, around $100 billion worth of gift cards was sold throughout the United States. According to Consumers Reports, consumers will lose about $8 billion in unredeemed gift cards. Leverage Cards hopes to secure its secure online service at www.leveragecard.com will alleviate some of the frustrations associated with gift cards. Leverage was launched December 10th and has already had phenomenal national news coverage, including, coming soon, articles in Business Week and Women's World. Since November, Leverage has been featured on major media such as CNN Headline News, ABC, MSNBC, Good Morning America, New York Times, LA Times, Smart Money, CNBC, Squawk Box, Media Post, Financial Times, to our own Times Herald, and the list goes on. Since its launch, over 250-plus retailers have signed on with Leverage. This makes Leverage the largest company, online and offline, to have the most retailers on board than any other company in the world. And over 10,000-plus people have become Leverage customers since its December launch. It already is a success. As I mentioned earlier, I am here to tell you about Leverage and that the company would like to expand into Michigan, hopefully Port Huron. On its own, Leverage has raised over $2 million from individual investors. Many are from this area. To enable its expansion, this new company will need an additional $3 to $5 million worth of funding assistance, whether it be from local, state, federal, private, or a combination of all of these. This could be composed of financial vehicles that allow operations growth, such as grants, forgivable loans, equity investments, and so on. The Leverage team has talked with different individuals and different organizations about funding assistance. In 2007, other than the offer of office space and individual investments, there were no funding incentives available locally to help a startup technology company come to Port Huron. But we are hopeful that 2008 brings different funding opportunities from our region, and expansion here brings jobs here. This falls right in line with Governor Granholm's business marketing campaign launched by the Michigan Economic Development Corporation to convince employers across the country to choose Michigan for their job growth. But we need help before Leverage receives incentives to move elsewhere, and they are in negotiations throughout the country. The city that becomes home to Leverage will have many benefits. The company's expansion will bring jobs to that city. That city will have first access to the Leverage technology. That city would serve as an early testbed for future Leverage product and service introductions. And there will be a charity component built in to raise awareness and funds for local school programs and other community activities. This itself would be a story. This in itself would help boost the city's economy. Thank you for your time and for any help you might give to make this happen in Port Huron. In the meantime, please visit www.leveragecard.com to learn more about the company and enjoy its benefits. If you have any questions, you can reach me at Karen@leveragecard.com or 810-357-5908. And both Mr. Mark Byrne and Ellen Lewandowski have my contact information, and I thank you.
Ms. Knickers, I'm a little slow. 357-5908.
08.
Thank you. Any questions for?
Yes, could I have the website again, please?
Yes, www.leverage, L-E-V-E-R-A-G-E, card, C-A-R-D, all one word, .com.
I'd just like to say thank you, Karen, for coming down. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the invitation, I appreciate it.
Have you contacted the EDA and Citizens First Bank? They gave a presentation here for, I believe, for companies like yours.
Yes, in June that was done, and we've been in contact with them. We've been in contact with the EDA. In fact, today, I took a package to Mr. Alexander, and he's supposed to take it to MEDC. Prior to this, though there was no money for technology companies, just manufacturing and automobile suppliers, that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, we thank you for considering our city anyway.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and hopefully everything works out for you.
I hope so, thank you.
Thank you. Public audience, please continue. Anyone else wanting to speak to public audience?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Polak, and I'm a teacher in the Port Huron Area School District, and I live at 5328 Lakeshore in Fort Gratiot Township. And I'm here to ask you folks, the City Council, to reconsider a motion and an action that was taken a couple weeks ago on canceling the DARE program for the 3 remaining schools in the Port Huron Area School District. And those schools are Cleveland, Harrison, and Crow. I know that it's with your budgeting and your fiscal year doesn't match up with our school year. But when you folks went through and canceled that program, we're the only 3 schools that don't get it. And the program is in place. All we need is the manpower from the Port Huron Police Department to finish it. I have taught, I think, about 18 years now with a succession of Port Huron police officers who did a terrific job. And I'm proud that I was able to teach with them. I have seen what drugs can do to families from the position I hold. I have seen how parents have come up and thanked me for having their kids go through the program. And I really wish that you folks could go through and reconsider so that our 3 remaining schools can get it for this year, and then possibly look at funding for the new fiscal year for the Port Huron schools. Harrison, Cleveland, and Crow are in districts that are troubled with substance abuse, and to have parents come back and say, you know, my kid's in high school and he still quotes how to say no. And the kids come back to my classroom on their way home from middle school. Gee, Mr. Polak, I had someone come up to me today and offer me substance, a controlled substance, and I knew how to say no. These are the kinds of things that don't get into statistics, research, newspapers. And I know what our newspaper said, and it was a slam against the Port Huron police teachers that came in, and it wasn't nice. And the program is beneficial. So please reconsider, revisit, reconsider, and hopefully rescind your actions on taking that program away for this year, and then maybe looking down the line of another way of financing it. Thank you. Any questions?
No, I just have a comment for you, Mark. The only 2 council members that are here that were from that last council, Mr. McCullough and Mr. Fisher, and since the last meeting, I've done some research, and tonight before the meeting, I passed some information on to Mr. McCullough, and I've asked him to look into possibly bringing it back for the 2nd semester anyway, so that we can make it for at least finish out this year. So when Mr. McCullough does the research and gets back to us, maybe we'll have a proposal.
Thanks.
So we are looking at it for at least, I do believe in making it fair for everyone, and I think that cutting it in the middle of the year is probably not a good idea. I can't guarantee you that we would bring it back next year, but I do agree that if it's at all possible, we are looking at trying to bring it back for the 2nd semester.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor Moeller and members of the City Council, my name is Kathleen Tronjo, and I live at 902 Military Street, Apartment 2 in Port Huron, Michigan. I am the president of the Port Huron Education Association, and I come here tonight on behalf of 700 members to discuss the elimination of the DARE program for the 2nd semester for Crowell Elementary, Harrison Elementary, and Cleveland Elementary. On behalf of the teachers at Harrison, they could not be here tonight. I'm going to read a letter to you from a 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Merritt. Dear City Council members, I am a teacher at Harrison Elementary School, one of the 3 city schools affected by the elimination of the DARE program. I have seen the effect of DARE firsthand and was very disappointed to see the program taken away. I'm well aware of the budget problems that the city has because my husband is a police officer for the city. However, that also allows me to become more aware of the need for programs such as DARE in the red zone schools. The recent drive-by shootings affected both Harrison and Elementary and Cleveland schools immediately. My students walked into school that morning more aware of what had happened before I was. I also feel confident that drugs probably played a role in both of these cases. Drugs are all too familiar to students at Harrison Elementary. Many of our students have parents who don't always set a good example. What do you tell a student when they come in and ask, "Have you ever had a SWAT team at your house, Mrs. Merritt?" This came straight from a student of mine who did experience this firsthand when the drug task force came banging at his door one night. I've also had a student come to school crying and angry because her mom was so out of it. Her mom had been taking so much of her pain medication that the parent was high and couldn't even stand. Other times it has been abuse situations where the student has felt like they had no way out. While it is my job as a teacher, and I speak for all the teachers, to help these children feel safe, and teachers in Port Huron do this every day, they also need to be given the skills to learn how they can stand up and do it on their own. The DARE program does that. It shows our students that there is a right and wrong in this world. It shows them that they can be brave and do the right thing. It gives our kids a hope that they are not alone and can survive. Now, I know that some of you would automatically say DARE does not work because of whatever research someone has shown you. But I've seen DARE empower some of my students, and these are students who would never have done that on their own. Please consider what impact on the city of Port Huron this will have as these fifth graders go on to junior high and beyond. They will not be armed with the skills that how to say no and be brave. They will be unsure and easily persuaded. Those mistakes will cost us in the long run as arrests, drunk drivers, as we saw with the vacation. A family of 5 really lost a lot because someone did not make a good choice. Drug users and domestic violence victims. I'd rather see them be smart, drug-free, productive citizens of Port Huron. Mrs. Merritt, 5th grade teacher, Harrison Elementary. I'd also like to add an anecdote. Before I was the president of the Port Huron Education Association, I was a school psychologist, and I serviced probably most of the elementaries in the district. I worked well with the police officers who helped us with cases and also alerted us to problems with students who may have spoken up in the DARE program. I understand research. I know how to do research, but I'm talking about firsthand experience. So I'd like you to consider to use some of your funds, and as a resident, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Public audience.
City Council members, my name is Hiawatha Blunt. I live at 2303 Grant Place, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at Cleveland School. I was sort of coerced into coming by Mrs. Pocadello and Mrs. Malachi. But when I first heard that DARE, I am too here to talk about the DARE program, and when I first heard through email that it was going to be discontinued, I immediately emailed Superintendent Shorkey saying, please, 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 we need this program in our school. And he, of course, told me that, well, he would try to see what he could do, but it was City Council. So since that time, other teachers have expressed concern about the DARE program not being in the schools. And as I say, I speak for Cleveland. As you know, Cleveland is in an area that is sometimes drugs, drive-bys, and as Ms. Trongo stated, I heard those shots last Tuesday night. I heard them. I didn't know what it was. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. And when I got to work, the police were still there at the particular house. And my students expressed, oh, I heard the shots. I was afraid. One little girl lives right behind the house where it happened. Her mother told her to hit the floor. Her dad works at night, so they were there alone. I've had students in my room who have greatly benefited from the program. There are students whose parents are users, and if we don't instill in them what to do, they probably will follow that same pattern. So that is one of the really reasons. Another reason is something that recently happened during the holidays. I had to take a student home. No, I didn't. I had to take a student home, and I stopped by because the student had left his boots in my classroom. And I thought, and I know the family, so I thought, oh, I'll just drop them by there since I have to go in that direction. And when I knocked on the door, and the parent came to the door, the aroma of marijuana was very evident. I know that he was in the house. I don't know if he was in his bedroom or what. I just stood at the door. Now, if that particular child does not receive counseling or some kind of benefits from the DARE program that tells him, please learn to say no, he's probably going to follow in that same pattern. He's not going to come to school and say, oh, my mom or my dad smoke. He's not going to say that, but in his mind, it's going to be instilled in his mind. Just say, no, this is not a good thing to do. This is what it does to your body. This is, you know. So I really do wish that you would reconsider, and not just for the semester, for the rest of the school year. 3 years ago, before I came to Cleveland, I was at Woodrow, and the DARE officer was very prominent there, too. when I came, and I was third grade, so I didn't have a lot of input into that. But when I went to Cleveland, I became a fifth grade teacher there, and it is very needed. Officer Harrington, it was our DARE officer, and he is great. He is great with the students. These students need to know that the police is not just going to come to their house like Ms. Trungle said, as a task force busting down their door. They're there to help them. They need to know that because most of these kids that live in the Cleveland area, they're afraid of the policeman, or they've seen the policeman come and drag their mom or their dad off. And so they need to know that the policeman is there for them when they need the help. He's their friend. And the last thing I want to say, they take pride in writing those DARE speeches. They look forward to the fifth grade DARE graduation. I did mention to my students who had seen the students from last year graduate that we would not have the DARE program this year, and you should have seen their faces. I mean, they were like, oh, man. And they are looking forward to writing those speeches, having Officer Harrington come in, if he is the one that's assigned, and just graduating and being picked by the judge to be one of the ones that sits in the court. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Public audience?
Good evening. Alex Crittenden, 1828 Kenilworth, City of Port Huron. And yes, I remember the students being excited about the DARE papers they were writing for their classes. Public opinion says yes. Teachers say yes. School administrators say yes. As a former school administrator, I do know the value of early intervention. Students are being educated about drugs, where to find them, how to use them, how to sell them, how to hide them. They get education from music industry, movies, drug addicts, unfortunately sometimes from each other or someone in the home. The DARE program offers an alternative: pay me now or pay me later. Introduce youngsters to the DARE officer now or have the officer arrest them later. A lot of kids have homes strong enough. A lot of kids have parents who are strong enough, have grandparents or sisters or brothers or neighbor or relative strong enough. The structure is strong enough. Drug abuse is not a problem. Unfortunately, not all students have those same advantages. These are the students who are at risk. Please reconsider the DARE program. Thank you.
Thank you. Public audience?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rock Stevens. I'd like to start by thanking all of you for the hard work you do on behalf of the citizens of this community. And I'm here really tonight because I need your help. I'm speaking on behalf of some business owners at the south end of Port Huron. As I'm sure you know, that recently we have extended the central business district down all the way to Griswold Street. Okay, so it no longer stops just south of the Black River, it goes all the way down to Griswold. And some of the business owners down there are feeling somewhat slighted. The issue I need help with, I think, is with our snow ordinance. As everybody's aware, we were inundated with snow recently, whether it was an act of God, act of Mother Nature. Bottom line is I think we can deal with that. I want to share with you that during maybe the 3 or 4 days of snowfall that we had, on 4 different occasions, I went over and I cleared the block in the 1500 block of Military Street. I have properties there, Green Gables Antiques, Coral Gables right next door to that, a vacant lot. So on 4 different occasions during that maybe 3.5 day period, I went over and, with shovel, cleared it. I hired people to do it on other occasions. I thought I was doing a terrific job. I think on the 3rd morning of the storm, I hop in my car at 11 o'clock in the morning. I thought I'd do a drive-by just to make sure my tenants are okay and nobody's getting stuck. Snow is still coming down. It just seemed like it wasn't going to stop. As I'm driving around that block, I see a lady halfway through the block right in front of my antique store on crutches. And she's immobilized. She's stopped. She's exhausted. So I pull up in my vehicle and I offer some assistance. Another gentleman was there, and we were able to get her over to the Beverage Bureau because, folks, you got to understand, with that part of town, not everybody has cars, okay? That Beverage Bureau is like their grocery store. They have a need to get back and forth to that. And the bottom line is they could not. The reason they could not is after all the times that I paid other people and I myself had gone over there and shoveled the sidewalks, The city, of course, has an obligation to keep the streets clear. But when they do that, they literally take 8 feet of highway and they dump it all up on the sidewalk. Now, in most of our city, we don't have a problem with that because a grassy boulevard between the sidewalk and the street, but along Military Street, that's not the case. Now, what happens is overnight, that stuff, because of the compaction of the city with the forceful equipment they're using, going maybe 30 miles an hour, they're just blasting the stuff, it compacts the snow. By the time we get there the next day, it's no longer snow, it's ice. And this lady is trying to maneuver on uneven terrain, and it's all ice. I go out there with a snow shovel, which immediately broke. Okay, I then got a steel shovel and tried to chop through the ice, pretty much to no avail. And I want to share with you that on that section of town, we have done a good job because we want to be concerned about the needs of the handicapped. So we have these handicap access ramps. Pretty nifty thing. We have a bus stop right there. But as I'm clearing the sidewalks, I get to the edge of the sidewalk where the street starts. Well, the city hadn't even been able to clear probably about 5.5 feet from the stretch that they had done up to the sidewalk where the handicap access ends. We got that corrugated cement, whatever, so they're not going to slip. So then I'm trying to clear about 5.5 feet out in the street so that handicapped people can get from the sidewalk that I've already cleared and feel responsible for doing to get out to the street that the city should be responsible for, and they couldn't get to it. I finally get back to my house, and I found in my mailbox this nifty letter, cordial letter, from our good friends at the city, that says it has been brought to our attention that the sidewalk adjacent to the above referenced property, my property, has now been cleared of snow or ice, creating a very hazardous condition. You may not be aware of that, but this is a violation of Section 4217 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Port Huron, which states, and I'm not going to read all the details, you guys probably know all about that, but the bottom line is it says you have 12 hours after the cessation of the downfall to take care of this. Well, folks, I did it well beyond 12 hours. I was well within that. But I have no control when the city comes along and uses my taxpayer dollars to inundate the sidewalk again. I can't control that. With the way this is worded, if I'm out there at 5:30 at night and it gets dark, I'm exhausted, I go home at 5:30 at night, the city comes along at 6 o'clock, that means by letter of your law, okay, I have till 6 o'clock the next morning to be over there and make it disappear again. I have no idea when you're going to do that. And the bottom line, folks, is you had not even cleared the parking lane. Had you have done that, and you never did do that, and that's your responsibility, you do it for the rest of downtown Port Huron, you didn't do it for the south end, but had you have done it, that would have been another time of crystallized ice. That, I guess I'd have gotten another one of these. And it says, in accordance to the above, you have been hereby ordered to remove the snow and or ice from your sidewalk. If the above violation is not corrected immediately, the city will cause removal and all costs will be billed to you and a municipal citation will be issued to you. I think the city of Port Huron is the one that should be given the citation here. Now,
Mr. Stevens, your time is up, but let me give you a suggestion. First of all, I know Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher will want a copy of the letter. I don't know about any other council members.
I would like a copy, please.
Will like a copy of your letter, and I would suggest that you contact Mrs. Berry, Streets, Mrs. Berry from the City Streets Department, and talk to her.
Okay, I appreciate that suggestion, and I've contacted all of those persons. And there's so much more I'd like to share with you, because you guys need to hear this. So I'll be happy to come back a month from now, if that's what it takes, to tell you the rest of the story.
I'm sure you can talk to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher or Mr. Wright, or any one of us privately or personally. Call us. Our numbers are all on the website. You can call us.
Could I have more than 4 minutes?
We only get 4 minutes to the public presentation.
But when I make those individual phone calls, I need more than 4 minutes.
Oh, you call 4 minutes, you'll have Mr. Wright all day. No. I have sympathy for your concern, and please share it with us. Thank you, sir. Public audience, continue.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Dennis McAtammy. I live at 1133 10th Avenue. Back in 1997, I purchased a small local business within the city limits. I have long since felt the city has done little to draw employers to the area. We need people to come here, spend money, generate revenue for the city and surrounding businesses. What attracts people to the city is not higher taxes, more government regulations and restrictions, more police harassment during special events, higher crime rates fueled by lack of employment, a depletion of city services due to shrinking tax base. I think we can all agree the answer to all of the above is no. We don't need that. I have 2 small brick and mortar retail businesses located within the city. I also live in the residence above. I have invested some $450,000 into my business and buildings. As a stakeholder in the city, I commend the city council members for their bold and courageous ideas and what they've been doing to correct the issues. We need more new summer and fall events, ideas that attract people and businesses to come and enjoy our city. We need to encourage events such as car clubs, boat and motor clubs, RC clubs. Anything we can do to attract people to this area will help us as small business owners. We moved here from rural Columbus, Michigan. And as a family, we always enjoyed the outdoor fall activities, backyard fires, sitting around cooking hot dogs with the family and friends. The reason I've come before you tonight is twofold. One, I want to encourage you to help us small business owners survive by bringing in potential customers to the city. Anything we can do in that regard will help us stay this downturned economy. The second is to allow us homeowners to enjoy our homes in a fair and safe manner. I have recently purchased a small chimneys, which is a cast iron, heavy-duty cast iron, 450-pound kind of thing, freestanding, a fire pit. They're sold all over the United States. They have a grill on the front, a stack, a 3-foot stack with a flue and a restrictor in the flue to keep the ashes and the burnings within the pit. Port Huron City Code, Section 307.3.3, outdoor burning. Outdoor burning means a fire from which the products of combustion are emitted directly into the open air without passing through a stack or a chimney. We have been approached by local law enforcement and have been told we are in violation of the above ordinance. I read as well as anyone else, and I think there's something wrong here. I would like this matter cleared up so we can enjoy our property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Public audience?
Good evening, Council. Alice O'Neill, Prospect Place. Can't let a good evening go by here. I want to speak up to say I'm in favor of Councilman Mark Bryan's different ideas that he's come up with. In thinking today, I decided that what's wrong with Port Huron is they do not have a good mentor. And Lansing's thinking is anything but trendy. So I would like to see the city capitalize on the things that are good for it, that it has going, the softball tournament and boat night, and think more trendy. Manhattan Beach, California in August will hold the Manhattan Surf Festival and volleyball. That started out when I was there some 30 years ago as just a small volleyball tournament. It has developed into this phenomenal surf tournament and volleyball open. And Budweiser pulls up a huge truck to the beach. And they work out of that truck. Now, however you manage to serve beer at special events, many places use beer gardens, and it has to be drank within the garden parameter that's fenced off. But there are ways to do this to heighten your attendance. The second thing is, I have one of those lovely copper burning pits for my yard. In most cities I've lived in, it's never been a problem. We burn wood in our fireplaces. We burn wood in campfires. We burn wood at the Feast of St. Clair in the Port Huron Park Festival. So wood has and does get burned in the city. The fire pits are expensive. They're usually ceramic, tile, or copper. They're attractive, and you sit chairs around it. And I don't know, has there ever been any residential fires actually recorded from fire pits? I've never heard of one. And I do walk home with my glass of wine from Mark's house or Pat's. I never knew I was in violation. But I want to speak in favor of Mark. We have so many ordinances that do not get policed and cannot be enforced, and I'd like to see our city get trendy. Thank you.
Thank you. Public audience. Thank you. Public audience.
Mayor Mueller, council members, my name is Russ Kelly. I live at 928 Huron Avenue and in the River Park neighborhood. I consider myself a downtown resident. I just want to talk about some of the thoughts I had about what maybe Port Huron is going to need in the future. And some thoughts I had was MDOT controls downtown Military and Huron Avenue. Why couldn't M25 be rerouted to 10th Avenue, relieving MDOT of control over downtown streets? That would open up downtown to, closing off the streets for special occasions without the big permit hassles and rejections that they have presented in the past. I would like to see downtown Port Huron with one-lane street, north and south, with diagonal parking to slow down the traffic through the downtown area, giving the businesses down there more opportunity for exposure. Presently, it's just a freeway because of 7th Street. Bridge being closed, so it's just a freeway at this time, and it always has been. That would actually double the parking area downtown by diagonal parking covers. That would limit it to one lane, north and south. I feel that Port Huron, then and now, and then will never be back. We need to rethink how the city will be changed and prepare it for the future. I think with the price of gasoline becoming closer and closer to $4 a gallon, a walkabout city is a very residential high-rises, small business downtown, the Terraland idea is very, very promising. Restaurants and entertainment should be highly considered downtown. I also think that the city income tax is, I know, a necessary evil, but it's draining business and the residents from the city. Changing this implemented could bring back increased property taxes revenue. A little less of this will bring a lot more of that. McMorran. I think McMorran should be sold to St. Clair County on that $1 sale type of thing. That would spread the cost of McMorran throughout the townships. They all benefit from it, and the city of Port Huron is actually paying the bill. Or it could be a city hall. Could replace this building here. City Hall could be moved to the McMorran complex. The last thing I want to talk about, in my personal interest, is cruise night. We have the parade on Friday night. It brings a lot of people downtown, but I think it should be expanded even further. I would like to see in the parade maybe golf carts, skateboarders, motorcycles, everything would bring more people of like interest to the downtown area. There could even be a cruise on the Black River for boats implemented with the same program.
Sir,
I think all the downtown
your
cities.
time's up. Okay.
Okay. I think all the downtown cities could, or businesses could benefit from it.
I gotta ask you something. Could you give us your last name again?
Kelly,
Kelly?
K-E-L-L-Y. yeah.
Okay, thank you. I thought for a minute you were gonna blame me for the $4 gas, but okay, thanks. Public audience, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I don't know what I can say. I just had to top that up. You know, the gas went to $2.96 today. I don't know if you're getting credit for that or not. But anyways, I'd just like to bring up a couple things here. I've looked at some of the items tonight, especially under the unfinished business. And I haven't seen the final proof of what the administration is going to bring to these resolutions, especially resolutions 2 and 3. But I think that it's a step in the right direction and to move forward in the right direction based on what we hear of the recommendations. I also am here to ask for your support for unfinished business item number 4. You know, why am I asking for item number 4? Well, number 4 is a state law. City Council, by the adapting of unfinished business number 4, would only be asking the administration to support state law. And I think that this was discussed a couple months ago, and I think we should move forward in that. Okay, one other thing I have here, and I think is very important, you know, we've gone through a lot of fiscal problems in the last couple of years here, and some of them escalate a lot. Yet I can see here tonight that we have a resolution number 8. Resolution number 8 basically undoes something that we did allegedly at our last meeting, and this is a financial item. This here would rescind a single lot assessments that was approved in December. I think when we start taking monetary items, whether it's money going in or money coming out, and we make these consent items, I think we're not doing it justice to the taxpayers of Port Huron. I think we need an explanation. When I see something like this, I want to know why it occurred. And if you put this on a consent agenda, it's not fair to anyone. And finally, I'll leave you with this. I think it was really just a slight, but and basically, I want to kind of say something on Mayor Pro Tem Fisher's behalf. You know, Mr. Fisher, I think the reason he's still on council is the fact that he wasn't satisfied with the council's recommendations on the budget. He wanted to go further and he wanted to do other things, and I think that he should be congratulated for it, and I hope the rest of you do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Public audience, seeing none, hearing none, closed.
Or the price of gas goes up.
The gas price, yeah. Consent agenda.
Mayor Mueller?
Yes, Councilmember.
Yeah, 2 items on the consent agenda I'd like to remove so we can talk about them.
Okay, which ones?
The one, Mr.
Number 8.
Harris, number 8, and then number, looks like 15, you know, which one is this here? It's the one for the contracting, Huron Consultants is 1-23.
Yeah, that's not on the consent agenda, this is the payments.
That's payments.
Okay, well, I'd like to talk about the payment then.
Okay, so it's number 8 then?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'd like to talk about number 8 too, or this one.
Okay, well,
That'll be under resolution.
yeah, that's not on the consent, so when we get to it, we can bring it up. Thanks.
Mayor Mueller?
Yes, sir, Councilmember Byrne.
Resolution number 2 and 9 on the consent agenda, I'd like removed from the consent agenda.
2 and 9?
Yes.
Okay. Any other that we want to remove? Okay, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda except for 2, 9, 8, and 9?
So move.
Support. Support. All in favor? Or you take the roll?
No.
All in favor?
Yes.
Clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Rockin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher?
Yes.
Mayor Moeller?
Yes. Consent agenda, we just passed number 3, Resolution 3, amending the rules of procedure for City Council, Rule 1, to change the time that the regular City Council meetings commence from 7:30 to 7 p.m. as requested by Councilmember Wright, postponed until the regular meeting of January 20, 2008. Resolution number 4, making permanent traffic control order number 1201, which reads, there shall be no parking on the east side of 10th Street from Military Street to Electric Avenue. Resolution number 5, scheduling a public hearing for February 11, 2008 to hear comments concerning liquor license delinquent and payment of taxes, utility payments, and/or income tax reporting payments. Resolution 7, recommending that the request of the SJP Enterprises Incorporated for a new entertainment permit to be held in conjunction with their 2007 Class C licensed business with dance permit located at 1102 Military Street be approved by the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. Resolution 10, confirming and declaring single lot special assessments in the total amount of $901.41 for special trash pickup in the right-of-way. And Resolution 15, scheduling a public hearing for February 11, 2008 to hear comments on the proposed vacation of a public utility easement in the block bounded by Lapeer Avenue, 10th Street, and Black River, and 7th Street. Upcoming events for January 24th and 27th, Silver Stick International Hockey Tournament will continue at the McMorran Arena. January 25th through the 27th is the Ice Fest downtown. Communications and petitions. Do you read those?
Yes. Number 1 is from Councilmember Rauken, who has requested that a special city council meeting be called for the purpose of council clearly defining their goals as well as the order and timeline in which to manage those goals and to communicate them to the public.
Mayor Mueller.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Move that communication number 1 be received and filed.
Second.
Support.
Discussion? I guess the only discussion I have, I passed out a calendar to you earlier. Just with, after our discussion the other night, after we opened the meeting from the closed session, we went to open session. We talked about rescheduling. I issued some dates in there to keep available. Basically Thursdays and Mondays were all the dates that we had available so that we don't have a scheduling problem. So next time we just throw out a date. And so that's the only comment I have. All in favor of the motion, and the clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Rauken.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes.
The second communication is from Councilmember Rauken, who has transmitted information regarding outdoor burning and the health effects of wood smoke.
Motion.
Mayor Mueller.
Councilmember McCullough.
I move that we receive and file communication number 2.
Second.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, council, or the clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Rauken.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
This is just to file it, correct?
This is just to receive and file it.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. Unfinished business, number 1.
We have before you unfinished business number 1, which was postponed from the December 10th meeting and would be to authorize immediate demolition of 725 Chestnut Street, code case number 07103 for listed violations. You don't need a motion, if I just can say that, because the item's actually on the floor because it was an open item and then you moved to postpone it, so that it's not, it's open for discussion.
Discussion, she's asking for us to remove this.
You would not, you would just have to vote no. That's what this asking.
Okay, any discussion on this? This is the one on White Street that we, Chestnut Street that we postponed and asked to take further action. Kim Harmer's come back with us now and request that we vote no and that we basically cancel the demolition or whatever. So we would vote no if you want to save the building and move on. Any other discussion? Councilmember Byrne?
A motion?
You don't need one, she said, because it's already on file, so clerk will take the roll then.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Okay, you know that yes means, okay.
Oh,
This
that's
is one of
a
those
time.
backwards things.
A yes means no, is that correct?
No, if you want. I'm sorry, I don't mean to tell you you're not voting. If you don't want it to continue as a code case, you would vote no.
Definite no.
Okay.
No means no.
No means no, yes. Councilmember Byrne?
No.
Councilmember Fisher?
No.
Councilmember Lewandowski?
No.
Councilmember McCullough?
No.
Councilmember Welken?
No.
Mayor Moeller?
No.
Okay.
Unfinished business, number 2, staff report from John Livesey, city attorney. Sorry, maybe.
Yes, I believe John Livesey has a report first, and then you'd have the actual resolution before you, which would direct that appropriate ordinance language to enact various changes to Chapter 4 alcoholic liquors, Section 4-2A and B be prepared as requested by Councilmember Byrne. This was postponed from December the 10th.
Mayor Mueller, members of council, at the December 10th meeting, resolution number 12 had proposed several changes in Chapter 4, Section 2 of the code dealing with the prohibitions against consuming and possessing alcohol in the public streets and general public places within the city. As the report indicates, review of state law pertaining to consumption of alcohol in public state law prohibits the consumption on the public highway. It prohibits it in unlicensed establishments, just like our ordinances. It also provides that various departments within the state can pass rules, adopt regulations that prohibit consumption or possession of alcohol on state property, and they have done that in numerous parks and voting access sites. Other than the possession of open alcohol in a motor vehicle, state law does not address the issue of simply possessing open alcohol in public. Councilman Fisher had provided us a number of city code sites from other jurisdictions. A lot of them water, close to water, like Port Huron is here. We've reviewed those. We've reviewed a number of other cities' ordinance websites, and there's an attachment that kind of outlines what those various code provisions allow. And all of the ordinances reviewed provide some kind of restriction. None of them provide that basically you can possess alcohol or consume alcohol any place, any time. But virtually all of them, not all of them, there was one or two that we found that were just like Port Huron, but most of them have somewhat less restrictive language than we have here in the city of Port Huron. To totally eliminate the provisions regarding consumption or possession of alcohol on city property with respect to streets or highways, because there is a state statute, we would still have to have the obligation, or police would, of enforcing city ordinances, or of enforcing state law, but the city would not, because it wouldn't be written under city ordinance, the city would not receive any revenue from those fines and costs. To totally eliminate any prohibition, people could possess, consume alcohol willy-nilly any place that they wanted to. It's obvious from the comments that
council had received at previous meetings and what has been at various venues within the city, there's some pretty strongly held beliefs on both sides of, or on all sides of the issue. Recognizing that fact, our suggestion is to basically to amend the ordinances, to change the ordinances to allow for possession or consumption of alcoholic liquor on city-owned property in some limited areas on a trial basis. Our suggestion would be to include the area along the St. Clair River, which would get your boating traffic, or I mean along the Black River, which would get your boating traffic in the summer. Between St. Clair River and 10th Street, and to allow it in a couple of parks, Lincoln Park on the south and Pine Grove Park on the north. So, based upon our review, our recommendation, because we addressed the issue of the basically the limited change in another report, would not be to change, would be to not make any changes in Section 4.2A, which prohibits the consumption on the public streets or other public places, including stores or establishments doing business within a city, which is clearly covered by state law. Would be to make no changes in that. To make, and not to make any changes in Section 4.2B, which refers to the possession or under his control open alcohol, because that ordinance also has a provision that allows, if it's otherwise provided in the city code, if it's authorized for the city code, then it would be permitted. And because we propose making changes in another section of the code which would allow it in limited areas, we don't believe that there's a need to change that Section 4-2B. With respect to the provision in 4.2B, parent 1, which now allows for nonprofits to obtain a permit from the city to, like with the beer tent during boat week, to change that to allow any licensed liquor establishment as well as nonprofits to obtain the permit. If it's another licensed liquor establishment, say another licensed establishment within the city, they would have to basically open up a tent on city property. They would have to close their establishment and basically move the license for that day, 2 days, 3 days to the city property. I think that's what the yacht club does now when they have their thing during the summer. That's what Bayview does with the other beer tent.
And that's covered, John, by the Liquor Control Commission?
It is covered by the Liquor Control Law,
Thank
correct.
you.
So our recommendation would be, yes, to authorize any licensed establishment, but recognizing it's probably not going to make any big changes with other establishments. We would be free to not just limit it to nonprofits.
Motion? Oh, it's open for discussion. The motion's on the floor. Okay. Discussion or questions for Mr. Lindesay? Councilman McCullough.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to relay some phone calls I've received this week. And this has generated a lot of discussion with people stopping me at the mall or on the street or at church in different venues. And I personally look at this issue, and I can't see myself being for this position of opening up alcohol in the parks. A A lot of my concerns were addressed by Mr. Anderson earlier, and I've had a lot of the same comments from numerous people. And I see us more as a family-friendly. You know, other people have viewpoints of us being more open to adult-oriented things. It sounds a little weird saying that way. But I personally don't see it as a good thing. I think it's taken a step back, and I think it's somewhat ironic because we've heard so many comments about dare. Not that everybody's going to go out and become overly intoxicated, but it's a somewhat strange tonight to have a whole bunch of comments about bringing back dare, and then we're also talking about instituting or allowing open intoxicants in the park as well, introducing that to our children as well. So just thought that was somewhat strange, but I personally am against this motion.
Any other discussion?
Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember Byrne.
One, I'm disappointed in the very limited changes that you're recommending. It doesn't include any beaches or anything. The idea is to bring tourists back here and come to Port Huron. Beaches is one thing tourists go to. The lack of any beach being included is very disappointing. Having maybe one half of the beach family-friendly and one half not family-friendly would have been a good thing in my mind. Not even seeing that in there as an option, disappointing. If we're actually not going to make any of these changes, that leaves my neighbors as criminals, myself as a criminal, many other people as a criminal for walking down to their neighbor's house with a beer in their hand or a glass of wine or whatever. That's ridiculous. The softball tournament in the park has open drinking constantly all through the tournament. If we're going to crack down on it and have the law, we're going to kill that tournament. I mean, it's absolutely closing our eyes and pretending it doesn't happen and that these ordinances actually mean something is silly. The other half of that is the Michigan law says you can't close your business at the end of a hard day of fixing cars and have a beer in your business with your workers. It's a shame the state doesn't agree with that, but I don't want to condone that by having our own local ordinance that says you can't.
Any other discussion? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
So I guess I'm going to come down in the middle of those two comments. What I'm after, and I too have had a lot of people contact me by phone, by email, personal contact, and it's actually running about 50-50 on both sides of this issue. And that's what I've said. I've been very clear and consistent on this. What I want to see is I want to see people when they pull up their boat into our town to be a friendly community where they can actually step off their boat with a can of beer in their hand or even have a picnic with a glass of wine there near the boat docks. The talk has been about family friendly, and you know, most of you know I started the Welcome Ball Club, and part of that is to bring a family friendly entertainment into our community. And the first match I saw that a couple of years ago was actually at Carroll Park in Bay City, which is a neighborhood park very, very similar to Lincoln Park here in town. And after the match, they of course, evilly opened up the cooler and passed around a couple cans of beer for the guys to have after the match. This was a very family-friendly event. It was a picnic event. Didn't cause any drunken brawls or anything. There are laws about drunken public displays and those type of things. We have, and I brought it, I don't know if most people know, the Code of Ordinance book that we have in the city of Port Huron of things that you can do and can't do, and this is it, folks. This is big. There's a lot of stuff in there that you can't do in this town. A lot of people are moving out of cities into townships because you can do things out there. You can walk to your neighbors with a can of beer in your hand. You can burn in a chimney in your backyard. You can sit around and be friendly with people, and we seem to have a hard time with that in the city. Personally, I think that the recommendations that Attorney Lidisay has come up with strike the right balance. I am 100% for the ordinance as prepared by our City Attorney, John Lidisay. Thank you very much for your good work.
Councilmember Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess the thing that concerns me here is not so much the issue of whether somebody would enjoy a beer in the park or in this particular issue. The issue that concerns me is we're equating it with somehow that this is going to bring tourists to town. And putting the two together is a bit confusing to me. And so consequently, I don't necessarily buy that. Secondly, I mean, when I look at these two parks recommended, Pine Grove Park and Lincoln, We had a gentleman here this evening that was concerned with the issues in Lincoln Park. And again, I guess I don't agree with that. So my position at this point is I think this needs further discussion. I would be following Tim's point of view that alcoholism already is a national crisis that costs our communities millions of dollars. It's almost like saying, well, listen, as a community in our parks, we're going to, it's okay to have some more. So my issue is I don't think it's a can of beer and visiting with your neighbors. It goes considerably on that when we already are probably going to see reductions in the future budgets and police protection, and we won't even be able to respond to them. I don't know what the chief's position is on the gentleman's issue with going out in the park at 2 in the morning and have to deal with rowdy neighbors, but my guess is that wouldn't necessarily be a priority call if you didn't have enough police officers. So if we're going to allow drinking in Lincoln Park, what time of the day, and who's enforcing it. So, and there's just a whole series of issues there that I don't think do a doggone thing for our community. There's bigger issues out there.
Further discussion?
No.
Councilmember Lewandowski. I'm going to take the position with Mr. Byrne down there. I think that I'm a little disappointed it wasn't at Lakeside Park or Lighthouse Park or even some of the softball fields. That one was the one I would like to see more, and I guess the beaches would be the softball fields around them. They do it anyway, so I mean, that's the attitude some people have is they do it anyway. Well, let's stop them from getting a ticket from doing it. I'm sure we don't enforce it as much as some people think we probably do, but.
Any other discussion anymore? Councilmember Wright.
My stand, somewhat like Mr. Fisher, is that we need to somehow go in between this and have feelings for the families and those that are by the parks, but also the people that do consume small quantities of alcohol as a relaxation and so forth that I see in other communities that are done that are not harmful. A couple of things come to my mind on this. Some kind of time restraints that it's allowed, 12 noon to 10, something like this, that would be controlled. Anyone after that would be breaking the law. Also, special events, and special events could even be, for example, Mr. Fisher's baseball club could ask for alcohol at a time frame and get a permit for that. I'm totally for the St. Clair River, beginning at the St. Clair River to 10th Street on the Black River public property, having alcohol allowed there in the public from a time also of possibly 12 o'clock to 10 o'clock. I think we could take these baby steps forward, see how it goes, and then if we do not have any problems with it, then look at other areas that it may be extended, or if it doesn't work there, then we could easily stop it. But somehow we have to get back our boating industry, make that friendly. I believe that is a tourist area. In our parks, I think there are exceptions with events that alcohol could be consumed, especially if it's in a time frame. Thank you.
I guess I'm the only one that hasn't expressed an opinion, so I'll express my opinion. Just to clarify one thing, this particular resolution doesn't address parks at all, except for the next resolution is the one that addresses the parks issue. So just make sure there's no confusion.
May I say, the reason that it really wasn't addressed in here is because of the provision in Chapter 4, which says that if it's otherwise authorized within the code, and we addressed it, or proposed to address it in Chapter 36, I believe.
I understand that, and I was just trying to make it clarify because there was some discussion about the parks. I personally will not be supporting any of these issues. As was said earlier, a very close friend of mine was killed by a drunk driver that came from a liquor establishment that has supposedly have trained people to guard against people going the wrong way on the expressway. And because of that, I won't be supporting people drinking in a public park or anyplace else without someone there to control that issue. Also, I do put a little more faith in the police department, maybe because I come from that, but I never in my career, and the chief and Captain Porter here, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Detective Stewart, have ever seen anybody arrested from walking from one neighbor's house to another on the street carrying a beer can or a glass of wine. I would ask you to answer if I'm wrong, or even if I'm right, I guess. Any of you has ever seen that? I think it's a common sense issue, and I know there's a lack of common sense in the world today. But as a police officer, when I worked and saw somebody, a family, drinking in a park with open intoxicants, a beer can or whatever, or the fisherman, I would walk up to them and ask them to simply put it in a cup. That doesn't make me a criminal. That does not make them a criminal. If that makes me a criminal, I'm a criminal every day, as Anthony said, because I drive 70, I set my cruise at 79 on the expressway coming home from Detroit every day, and I don't feel like a criminal. I just get out of my way and let me drive, okay? State police, I hope you're not listening. But I think we have to have a little common sense, and I can't support any of these, and it's just my opinion. Any further discussion?
Mayor Moore?
Yeah, I know, that's why. Councilmember Byrne.
Perhaps you can answer the question. Lincoln Park, does it have a closing time where it closes?
No, I don't believe it.
No, it doesn't.
To me, that might be a better way to address issues of fighting at 2 a.m. and stuff like that, is have a closing time for the different parks. A lot of places have 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night for parks like that.
Some of our parks do have closing times, but not Lincoln Park.
And to me, that would be a better way to address those issues. State law and our laws already address any alcohol near playground equipment, et cetera. You can't be so many feet from it. Many of these issues are already covered.
Actually, our playground, our ordinance dealing with within so many feet of a playground is where we can permit the beer tents. That's the relationship to the playgrounds, and that other part of Section 4, 2, which permits or allows us to give permits to the nonprofits as to where they can establish their beer tents.
I think, excuse me, John, I think also with Lincoln Park, we have the problem of if you close the park, there's a lot of fishermen that fish there in Lincoln Park down at the river. And they're there all night.
Mayor Muller?
Councilmember I'm sorry, welcome. James.
I like Dick Fisher.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Welcome.
Just understand John, in your recommendation, even though, again, in general terms, I'm opposed to these changes, but I'll understand in the case of from the 7th Street Bridge to the 10th Street Bridge, about 50% of that is probably adjoining to the community college, the college campus. In other words, you can park your boat and look out over the college. So if this were approved and alcohol was allowed to be used along there, how far up, again, would it be considered legal to carry that beverage? Could you carry it up to the sidewalk, drink a beverage, or a whole bunch of people drinking a beverage as students are passing to go to college? I just want to kind of understand in my mind the chemistry of the fact that college is right there.
Well, no, college students never drink, right?
No, certainly not going to class.
We've talked about how to craft language that would work with that, and the things that we have talked about, because we've got an area there, basically a grassy area between we'd really be talking about the right-of-way, because once they get to the right-of-way, where the sidewalk is, that's a violation of state law. Would probably be from and again, it would have to be language that council ultimately approved, because we would have to bring back a specific ordinance change for you to approve. But what we talked about was from the right-of-way, it's the right-of-way on the south side of what would be River Street and Quay Street, to the river. Possibly even accepting out the West Quay parking lot.
So help me to understand the right-of-way, you're just talking the sidewalk.
No, from right.
basically 33 feet on both sides of the
Okay,
center
that's
of the
what,
street.
okay, so 33 feet.
Yeah,
Not always, but
typically
basically.
whatever the right of way is, typically they're 66 feet, but it might be more than that.
I'm just trying to get the visual so that you could, in fact, pull up on your boat, if the changes were made, enjoy an alcoholic beverage. I'm not opposed to that concept in the truest sense, but people then could take their beverages up then about halfway on the hills and blanket out and have their parties going right off the college campus.
That's language that we talked about, yes.
Okay, I just want to understand that. Mayor Mueller?
Mr. Tommy?
This is kind of a complicated issue to talk about because it spans two of the items this evening. But our thought, we were trying to respond to the initiative of the City Council. There have been concerns about liberalizing our existing ordinances. Our thought was, if this is something the council is interested in, let's start with some areas that are easy to control and police. We did not put together a comprehensive set of regulations for any of these locations at this point, because if there wasn't council support for it, it would be a lot of work and wasted staff time. We've suggested 3 parks or 3 public places. The council could select fewer or more. And if you select any, the proposed resolution that we have before you, the recommendation we have before you would direct us to bring back a specific plan and specific language to allow that.
Specific changes to the.
But if there wasn't conceptual support even for expanding it to any of these areas, then we didn't think it was worth the amount of staff time it was going to take to put into place all of the implementation. And if you look at the report that City Attorney Livesay has attached, you can see that many communities do allow consumption of alcohol in parks. They do limit the hours that the alcohol can be consumed. You can also limit the hours of the park. There are several things like that that can be taken into consideration if you have a particular view about that. Majority of council has a consensus on that. We'd certainly bring that back to you.
Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember Byrne?
I also looked into various cities with ordinances, like Mackinac Island, for instance, has no regulation against alcohol in public. Happens to be the other end of boat night is up there. Talked to many people that participate in that. My uncle, for instance. The party is Mackinac Island. We don't have a party here anymore. And that, quite frankly, is a huge event for this city that draws a lot of people from outside to Port Huron for their first time, and is a good way to get people here.
Well, just to add a little levity to the tension of the discussion, it's against the law. If they pick up their beer cans along Black River and put them in the trash, we have an ordinance against them picking up beer cans out of the trash there, so that part of the city, so along the Black River. So a misdemeanor to pick those, it's the only place in the city you can't pick up the beer cans, so we have all these beer cans that have to have more DPW people. So just joking, but that is true, the ordinance, okay?
I'm all for tearing up most of that ordinance. But,
Okay.
at the same time, I'd like to point out that we've talked before about the sheriff's office and following the rule of law. The rule of law says you can't walk to your neighbor's house. We should change the law.
Well, I'd say there's a difference between the state constitution and the law, but, okay. No, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
I don't know, I wouldn't be leaving cans because I only drink it out of bottles, but neither here nor there. The thing was brought up about tourism, and that's what it is. You look at a city like Lexington, which is a water community just up the water and up the river, and they draw a lot of people there that we don't get. And one of the reasons we don't get is because we have a reputation of being a city that is not friendly. Now, it may be that certain laws we have aren't enforced, and that's great. Then, by changing this, we aren't changing a thing, because if we aren't enforcing them now, why even have them? But what it would do, it would send a message, and it could be a message to help tell voters and different things, you can come to our community. You are more fun. We don't have police that are going to stomp on you and kick you out of town. So what I'm after is sending a message, making our community more fun, I don't necessarily think that having alcohol at an event makes it unfamily friendly. I've been to a number of wedding receptions there's a lot of family there, and there is alcohol being served. Just because there's alcohol does not mean that it's a drunken brawl. So again, I'm in favor of what's been supported. And again, what we're voting on today is not passing this ordinance. We're not doing it today. We're asking staff to do a little more to write the ordinance. I personally would be very much in favor of time restraints on parks where alcohol could be consumed, and that's the direction I think we should go. Again, I think we should pass this to move forward, and it allows us to craft and form the ordinances in such a way to make this a more tourist-friendly community.
Any other discussion?
Mayor Muller?
Councilmember Byrne?
I too like the time limitation thing as a good way of controlling this as opposed to just outright banning it from areas. Time is a very good way to control how rowdy things get. For instance, I got a call from Michigan Public Radio after introducing this. They talked about Port Huron and tourism in the same sentence. We need that kind of publicity out there.
Any other discussion? I guess I would like to go back and say that one thing about open intoxicants in a park and somebody walking down the street, it gives the officer an easy option to make an arrest if he sees the crowd. Instead of waiting until there's a riot, you can go in and start arresting people, and that's been done. It's a preventive tool. The problem that I see with alcohol in the parks, and I'll give an example, is Knoxfield, where we had the shooting last year. The citizens, if you remember from the South Side Coalition debate, said that they have people that are sitting out there all day drinking. Kids are walking by going to the party store. I'm just not supportive of it. And I understand when you go to weddings and so on and so forth, people drink, and I don't have any problem with that. But I have like I said, I had a close friend that was killed this Thanksgiving Day. Maybe I'm too close to the situation, but I'm not going to support it. So,
Mayor Muller?
Councilmember Ralkin.
Just a final comment. I mean, I think it'll be the most ridiculous thing if we turn around and say how important a DARE officer is. I think alcohol's a drug, and put a drug officer back in the school a few blocks from a park that we're going to then turn around and say it's okay to drink in. I cannot understand that message. I really do not. And to suggest again that tourists are going to stop in Lincoln Park, to do what?
Watch a vintage ball game.
Well, maybe. But anyways,
I'm serious. The Bay City Club was here, and Jamie Johnson opened up his cooler, and I said, "You got to close that. You can't have that." And he said, "What?" And they left. They went back to the campground outside the city at the KOA. That was the night of our fireworks. They never came back.
I'm sure they were responsible drinkers. I'm not opposed to that.
Right.
It's the drinkers that could care less about being responsible. They do nothing for tourism. They create problems for the police department. They will create problems for the Lincoln Park neighborhood if you oppose this, you support this. And I think, again, the problems are going to come out of the woodwork when Pine Grove Park this summer. You can have any kind of drinking activity you want. So,
Mayor Muller,
Councilmember Wright.
is there any way that we could have a time limitation for an experiment that then we could go back and look at after a couple of months?
I believe we could pass the ordinance for 90 days, right, John?
Part of the recommendation is to basically do this limited experiment, and to come back to you after a summer of experience, because it's the summer really that you're talking about. We don't have a lot of activity in the parks in February. There's a lot of outdoor drinking in the parks in February. To bring a report back to you at the end of the summer, September or October, so that you have an idea of what we would have an idea of what our experience was for the summer, and you could either change it back, expand it, leave it the same, do whatever you wish to.
Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember Byrne.
One final comment so we can move on.
Move on to the next one, which is alcohol related. Okay, go ahead.
I can say I've had nothing but overwhelming support with only one or two people objecting to it. My midnight shift pretty much gave me high fives on the way in the door, all 50, 60 people. The R&D and chemistry department, absolutely for it. This is a very popular thing with the working people that work for a living. They like to enjoy a beer now and then. They like to enjoy a glass of wine now and then. They like to relax. There's no reason not to do this, in my opinion. As I mentioned, the rule of law is one thing that makes us a society. If we're going to have the law, we need to enforce it, or else we need to get rid of the law or change the law. And that, to me, is the bottom line.
Mayor Mueller. Councilmember Walker.
Question. I don't have a problem with that. Have you talked to anybody in the tourism business?
Don't know anybody in the tourism business, but I do know I go on vacation, and I do enjoy a beer on the beach when I'm on vacation. I know everybody I know who goes on vacation enjoys a beer on the beach on their vacation.
So the real connection between tourism and this really has no basis. It's friends that want
If I couldn't go and have a beer on the beach, I wouldn't go to that town for my vacation.
but not relative to our community.
That's real.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Let's call for the question.
Do you want it restated because of the confusion?
Nobody amended it, so.
Pardon me?
Nobody amended it, so. Let's go ahead and take the roll.
Okay, this is just so I can confirm, this is just on unfinished business number 2, which is 3 changes
Right.
to the ordinance.
Unfinished business number 2. Clerk, take the roll.
Okay. Councilmember Byrne.
Just to clarify, this would to make the prepare the
What
language.
is before
as
you?
the suggestion.
What is before you is the resolution as you presented it at the December 10th meeting. And that was to direct the city manager to prepare appropriate ordinance language to enact changes to Chapter 4. And those 3 changes in this particular item were remove Section 4-2A, amend Section 4-2B to replace possess or have under his control or custody with sell or offer for sale, and amend Section 4-2B1 to replace a nonprofit corporation with an entity. It's those 3 things. If you vote yes, then you're asking the administration to prepare an ordinance to reflect that.
Yes.
You,
Councilmember Owens.
if I understand it means then the next week, here would be allowed in premises here.
No, that it would mean at the next, the administration would prepare the appropriate ordinance language, then it would come before you for a first and second reading, and then again for a third and final, so you're still
Okay,
down the road.
thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
No.
Councilmember Ralkin.
No.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
No.
The motion does pass.
Unfinished business number 3.
Unfinished business number 3, there is a staff report from Robert Ike, Fire Chief, along with John Livesey, City Attorney, and that is relative to the directing that appropriate language to amend Chapter 36 Parks and Recreation by removing Section 36-8, 36-9, and 3610, and amending 36-14 be prepared.
Mr. Livesey, go ahead.
Mayor and council, this is really a continuation of the previous discussion, at least with my part of it. Basically, I've already said everything that with respect to our recommendation, and I believe with what the council has just approved, we're supposed to be preparing language to allow public consumption. So I'm not sure that there's more to say on our recommendation would be to change the 36-8 that would implement a limited reduction in the regulation of bringing and consuming alcoholic beverages to allow the areas that we talked about along the Black River and in Lincoln and Pine Grove Park, with the change to be reviewed later in the year for any further amendments. Also, as part of what my part of this report deals with the number 4, which would be to amend section 36-14 to include in the title of the ordinance, after closing, referring to the presence on the Huron lightship. Councilman Byrne had proposed this in his, apparently an email to the city staff. He had stated that he believed that the words after closing were admitted, that they should be included to be consistent with the other sections of the ordinance. We don't believe that that would be necessary. The reason that after closing is not included after the presence on the Huron lightship, because the Huron lightship is different than other parks or the pools. It's only open for basically tours, limited tours. It's operated by the museum, and unlike parks and pools that have set hours, that have traditional opening and closing times for supervised public during the day, and we don't believe that any change would be necessary in that section. The remainder of this report is Fire Chief Ikes.
Yeah, just, do we need Chief Ike to give a presentation? I thought everything was well-written, and can we, I mean, does anybody have any questions, particularly for Chief Ike or Mr. Livesey? I think it's pretty well-written, so we can just move on if we want.
I agree with what Mr. Livesey said about the wording. It looked to me like an omission, but after his explanation, it made sense.
Is there any discussion on it, or does anybody have any questions for Mr. Ike, or Chief Ike, or Mr. Livesey then?
Not for Chief Ike, go ahead.
We can vote on the issue. Clerk will take the roll.
Mayor Roller?
Yes.
Could I move to amend the motion?
Sure.
Going off of the recommendations of staff, I would like to, I believe this is the right course of action. Pauline, correct me if I'm wrong.
We'll keep going and I'll tell you.
I would like to remove item number 4, 3, and from the resolution, and personally, I'd like to remove item number 1 as well, to strike those and just leave number 2 standing alone of the changes. So the only one left would be remove section 36-9, which prohibits certain games and exercises in the parks. Does that make sense?
Well, let me just say this a different way, because you're really eliminating that so that if I understand you correctly, so all that you are saying is that you want to amend this so that the city manager is only directed to prepare appropriate ordinance language for 36-9?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
The other thing that when you asked if that was okay, you can do that, or the other thing is you can ask to have a division of the question. So,
Explain to that. Could you just?
We would vote at each one separately.
yes, whichever way.
Would that be easier?
It's entirely.
It's up to you, so.
Yeah, you still got 2 more meetings if this passes. We still have first and second reading and final reading.
Well, at
also.
this point, the way the resolution reads is that we're directing to do something that and the legal counsel has already said that it's not necessary, so I figured why waste the time if we could take it out? So after closing, I mean?
Well,
I'm looking at number 4, like, I mean, I know it's minor somewhat to the rest of the issues.
Yeah, our recommendation is to make no changes.
But if we
to that.
leave it stand as is, then we're going to say, we're going to direct them to amend that.
If you just want to remove, but I got the impression you wanted to remove 3 of the 4 items. You just want to remove
Well, that was just my example. I personally, I would vote no on 1, 3, and 4 and leave 2, but let's have division of the question.
But let me make a Can I say something first?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
If we do that, if we remove those, then what we're doing is we're asking if this passes, the city attorney to then include the after closing in there. But by passing this, we're asking him not to do that in that specific one. Because we're asking him to make changes from the original resolution.
I don't believe that's.
You have before you, if I could just,
Right.
if I can try to clarify, okay?
Okay.
It's gotten a little confusing, so I will attempt this. What you really have before you is you had a report before you with recommendations. That's not what you're voting on. You are not voting on his report and recommendations. You are voting on the actual resolution.
Page 5.
Resolution number 15, which is what was before you on December the 10th. That's what you have to look at when you're voting.
Page 5 of the handout.
The recommendations were a report for how staff believe that you should react to these items, but you actually are voting on the previous Resolution 15. So if you were offering an amendment, you're offering an amendment to the body of what was in front of you on December 10th. If you're asking for that's why I said wasn't sure if Councilmember McCullough was talking when you said remove 3 of them. The other thing is you can divide out and say that you wanted to just vote on that one separately from the other 3. You could say that you want to just vote on amending the title of Section 36-14, or you can just ask to have it amended to have that part of the resolution removed, and that would be fine. And then you just vote on the rest of it.
Mayor Mueller,
Councilmember Byrne.
does it matter if I say that's a friendly amendment to number 4, removing it or anything like that?
Well, at this point, you really need to have an amendment to remove that and a second and then a vote, and then it would take it right out of the resolution. That would be the cleanest thing,
So can I make a motion to remove number 4?
which is really not number 4.
It's number 2.
It's number 2 in your
right.
resolutions. That's where you're getting back and
Page
forth
5.
between the,
Man.
Okay, motion to remove number 2, the after closing statement.
okay,
Second.
I'll support that.
so you're going, okay.
Clerk, any discussion on the amendment then? We're on page 5, Resolution 15 from December 10th, 2007. We're removing number 2.
Which is amending the title of Section 3614, so that's no longer
You're
part
voting
of it.
yes to remove, no to leave as is.
Correct. Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Relkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes.
So you now have before you the same resolution minus that part. So you have it to remove sections 36.8, 36.9, and 36.10. If you vote yes, that means that you want staff to prepare the appropriate language to do the removal of those 3 sections.
Or you can divide it and vote separately.
Yes.
Could I ask Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember
Can I
McCullough.
have a division of the question? Is that how I asked for it?
Yes.
Yes.
Second.
Second. Did we vote on that or no?
Yes.
Okay, the clerk will take the roll. What we're voting on is a division of the question. We will vote separately on 36.8, 36.9, and 36.10.
Correct. Just a moment.
If you vote yes to do that, vote no to take it as a whole.
One moment.
So we're voting on the division.
Yes, we're
This is
voting on the
only
division.
to divide the question.
Only to divide the question.
Okay. Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Relkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. Now we'll take them separately. 36.8,
Okay.
which the motion would be already on the floor. right?
It's already on the floor.
Any discussion on 36.8?
Yes, Mayor Mueller.
Councilmember Wright.
When we say on this alcohol, liquor in any city park, does that include tot parks?
Yes. Any part.
How does that
And
go?
there is a law with restrictions from the state on distance from swings and so forth?
Mr. Livesey?
Mayor and council, in my research, I found no state law dealing with top parks or anything else. The state allows different agencies that are in control of various state property to adopt regulations, to adopt rules with respect to alcohol on the particular property under their jurisdiction. But there's no general state law that, the only general state law deals with alcohol basically within the public right-of-way, or providing a place where people can consume alcohol in a non-licensed establishment.
Mayor Mueller,
Councilmember Byrne.
I assume we could make a motion of some sort to amend this so that we could put some hours of limit
Yes.
on this particular one?
That's correct.
And
Or
if so,
parks or whatever.
and if so, I'd like to make a motion to amend this to put hours of 12 to 11 p.m.
Second.
12 noon to 11 p.m., is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So between 11 p.m. and 12 noon, it would be
Not
prohibited?
okay. Correct.
Or between
11, yeah, 11 p.m. till 12 noon would be illegal, okay.
Yeah, second.
Any discussion on the amendment?
Mayor Mueller? How does, if this fails, how will that affect Resolution 14?
It wouldn't.
Okay. This has gotten very confusing, but I'm going to try. You adopted resolution, and it's not 14 tonight, but it was 14 before. You
Okay.
adopted that to direct the administration to change the language, and thereby you removed, it's resolution 12, I believe you're talking about, correct? The
Yes.
previous one you adopted?
Yes.
Okay. You, by adopting that one, it directs the administration to remove Section 4-2A, which says currently that no alcoholic liquor shall be consumed on public streets or in any other public places. This eliminates it from our ordinance book, and therefore it becomes just coverable under state law.
Correct.
It doesn't change, it just is a state law violation now, not a city law. Amending 42-B to replace possessor have under his control or custody with sell or offer for sale, it now will read, no person will offer, sell or offer for sale in any public place any alcohol liquor, which means it's now allowable in any public place to drink. Once you adopt, this is only directing language to state that. You have not adopted the actual ordinance. The ordinance will come back to you stating that, and it will state then that you can drink any place in public property other than on streets.
Yeah, it would be confusing for me in drafting it since parks are public places.
Yes,
Yeah.
so you have a
It's kind of what
conflict.
I guess I was getting at. Is
But you're
it's
asking
gonna
if
limit
you-
it to certain parks, but this one's going to limit it to all the parks.
Well, this one would take, if you voted yes on this one, means, because right now it says you cannot take alcoholic liquor into any city park. So if you adopt this and want ordinance language changed to remove it, then you're asking to remove something, so there's really no point in amending it to make hours on it, because you're not asking to change it, you've asked to remove it, and therefore it will no longer be in the ordinance book, so there wouldn't be any necessary. You need to,
You amended it so that now it's only allowed in the park during those times.
this is like a clerk's nightmare, I hope you guys know this. But you're amending something, but your resolution says to take it out, so you can't, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you have to do more than just amend and add hours. You have to amend your whole thing that goes from removing Section 36.8 in the first place. So you want to change it to read that you want to amend 36.8 with different language.
To allow alcoholic beverages between the hours of,
Okay. So basically, you're asking to have it state, no person shall bring any alcoholic liquor into any city park or consume any such beverage in any city park between the hours of 11
PM.
p.m. and 12 noon.
think you said that right.
Yes.
Yes, because it's in the negative tone, that's what I'm saying, so you have to keep with,
Mayor Mueller?
Mr. Tamian.
I think that perhaps the way this item's been put together has been confusing to you, and I apologize for that. But we had the situation where you originally adopted ordinance, you put a resolution on the agenda, then you asked for a staff report. The resolution that was on the agenda did one thing. The staff recommended something else. You adopted the resolution instructing us to prepare the language on the original ordinance. You did not tell us to approve the staff recommendation, and that's kind of in different order than you usually see. Usually you have a city manager's report, and the action is the city manager's recommendation. Here, that was not before you. It was just our report. And so you adopted that resolution that instructed us to strike the language from the ordinance. You did not instruct us to come up with any of the changes that we recommended. And now we're in the same position on this item.
Any other questions?
So to clarify, the motion to amend this 36-8, as Pauline stated earlier a minute or so ago, is the recommendation that I'm making a motion for?
Changing the ordinance to read it that alcoholic beverages will be allowed between 12 noon and 11 p.m. in public parks. Okay,
May I say something?
go ahead.
In the earlier, we had, in, I think it was resolution number 12, that, which had provided for the removal of section 42A, which prohibited consumption of alcohol in streets, but other public places. And now we're saying that we're going to, which means that you could do it anytime. And now we're saying that there can be some limitations. To me, they're conflicting.
Me too. I think the problem that we have is that, as Mr. Tamian said earlier, it came backwards. And I think the council would be incorrect to pass the ordinance the way we did earlier, which the majority did, especially number one. I mean, if it's going to be against state law, we might as well get the revenue for it. So I certainly would be opposed to what the council passed earlier, just based on that. So hopefully when it gets to the ordinance stage, we will not pass that. But I understand your confusion because I feel the same way, so.
Is there no way to correct it? I'm just curious if there's
Mayor
not.
Next reading, yes.
let me just say, I don't know if it's a misunderstanding and the council does not agree with what they voted on the previous one, you just have to have somebody in the prevailing side make a motion to bring it back for a vote.
Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember Byrne.
If I may, assuming that the next time is language, we can amend the language and say, except where prohibited in the original one that we just approved. And then this would be where prohibited is after these hours. Instead of allowed during these hours, we'd have to say prohibited from the other hours.
It can be, yeah, you're correct. It can be changed at the next process. It just creates more work for administration, but that's.
Right, and I'm thinking there's agreement with except where prohibited and then allow us to limit it hours-wise here. So I would think preparing it in that direction or having an alternate or something would be a good thing.
Any other discussion, or? So you've amended this then. We need a second.
We did get a second, but we do need a vote.
Who's the second?
Councilmember Lewandowski seconded that
You
amendment.
seconded the amendment. Okay. Any more discussion? Clerk, take the roll on the amendment, which says basically that no person shall bring any alcoholic liquor into any city park or consume any such beverage in a city park between the hours of 11 p.m. and 12 noon.
Correct. And that's the part that you're voting on now, is just the amendment. And that would be Councilmember McCullough?
No.
Councilmember Ralkin?
No.
Councilmember Wright?
No.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski?
Yes.
Mayor Moeller?
No.
The motion fails. There is no amendment.
Now we're back to the original motion and second. A person shall bring any alcoholic liquor. We're going to remove the ordinance totally, that no person shall bring any alcoholic liquor into any city park or consume any such beverage in any park, which was put to division by Councilmember McCullough. Any discussion?
How can I word this? Does the city manager and the city clerk feel it would be beneficial if we would postpone this to our next meeting to allow wordage to be rewritten where instead of trying to write an ordinance from the dais, we can have it fully prepared?
Well, if I may say, I don't think the best thing is to postpone it because the same item's just going to keep coming up.
Right.
So I guess the better thing to do,
You can vote it down or vote it
Or
up.
vote it
But if you
down.
vote it down, then we can rewrite Councilmember Byrne can rewrite the resolution and introduce a new resolution is one way of doing it. It might be the cleanest way to do it.
That's what I'm
Which would
after,
create
something.
less work for the administration and research on Mr. Levisay's part if we defeat the motion and have it re-presented by Councilmember Byrne or anyone else. But because it's his, if you would reintroduce it at a different time, correct?
yes. And I think that the whole confusion is, as the city manager stated, is
Right.
normally there would be a report first and then an ordinance before you. This is kind of, because the resolution came before directing and then the report came afterwards because it was postponed, it kind of gets backwards in the whole process.
Any further discussion? Councilmember McCullough?
We still have the issue of the previous resolution though, right? Because we've already directed him to,
Prepare the language, yes. But then you can also, but at that point, it's going to come back to you and you have your opportunity to vote no or
I'm
yes
still
at that
inside
time.
this one.
okay, we gotta wait until we get outside.
So what we're voting on is no person shall bring any alcoholic liquor into any city park or consume any such beverage in any city park between the hours of 11 p.m. and 12 noon.
No, that amendment.
Oh, that amendment failed, all right, in any park. So vote,
Mayor Mueller,
Councilmember
do I
Byrne.
just withdraw it for reintroduction, or do we vote on that, or?
There's a motion and a second on the floor, so.
Oh, so
There
you
is a
can't-
motion and there is a second on the floor for
You'd have
this.
to have
So we
somebody
have to have a
remove the
vote.
second and the motion and then vote on
Well,
Or do we just have to vote it and then I just reintroduce it?
it. That would be easier.
I think it would be better if we just, yeah.
Okay.
At this point, it probably would be because it just isn't going to happen. If you vote it down, then it isn't going to happen, and if you ask for it to be reintroduced in a different manner, then it will just come back forward. I would assume that at that point, you would ask for an ordinance to be prepared.
Right.
I don't know if that's what the city manager would prefer, but it's probably better at this point that you actually have the ordinance in front of you, and
Right.
you let him know what language you want in that ordinance, and then the council can either amend that, or turn it down, or accept it, or whatever they want to do. At that point, it's a cleaner process.
That'd be cleaner, and we got a few months till summer, so.
Yes.
Clerk, take the roll.
Okay.
As to 36A.
Yes, 36-8. Councilmember Ralkin.
No.
Councilmember Wright.
No.
Councilmember Byrne.
No.
Councilmember Fisher.
No.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
No.
Councilmember McCullough.
No.
Mayor Moeller.
No. 36-9. We have to vote on.
Yes, 36-9 is the limitation on certain games and exercises in the park.
Motion to approve, or?
You don't
We
need
have a
that.
motion.
You have it on the floor.
We
so
already have it
just
on the
vote.
floor. Yes would
Remove that.
remove that, and no would
Leave it in the
leave
ordinance.
it in for further work. Clerk, any discussion?
Again, I think we're cleaner if we, personally, I'm going to vote no on these three, so we can remove it and bring back an ordinance in toto.
That was one that, if I might state, that was one that it didn't really matter. I think it was removed, but that's, if you want it.
That was the recommendation
Yeah.
for the administration, was to do away with it. I'm going to vote yes, so,
Okay.
just for discussion
Yeah.
purposes, but any other discussion?
Mayor Moeller, I believe it's recommendation of the staff, and it looks to me as something that was, I don't know how they even came up with it. It's kind of strange. But I'm going to also vote yes to remove it.
Any further discussion? Clerk, take the roll.
One more question.
Mayor Pro Tem
Then are we
Fisher.
asking for two different, are we going to end up with two different motions to vote on later with?
No.
Okay.
No.
I got it.
These were
This just
divided
takes
out.
care of that right off, you don't even
Okay.
have to bring it back, yeah,
All right.
except for the language.
All right, my misunderstanding, I'm sorry.
Clerk,
Yeah.
take the roll.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Ralkin.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. 3610, discussion. I was the one, I think, that pushed this one the most because of the unfairness of Pine Grove Park, but I think that the city administration's response, if the people that are having the softball tournaments or whatever function contact the city special events, the waiving will be parked, so I will support the elimination of this. Any other discussion? Is that correct, John? Did I interpret that right?
You say, excuse me, Mayor, you say the elimination of this, that was actually, I believe, the Chief's Ike portion, where you say the elimination,
I'm sorry, I said it backwards. I want to leave it as is.
okay.
Right, I'm sorry. Thank you.
We're not confused enough, though.
No.
So, yeah, basically.
We
what-
would vote no, I am going to vote no, because the problem that we had with the parking is in the ordinance, and they can go to special events to get waivers, so I will support
The
leave as
staff
is.
recommendation.
Right, so I will be voting no on removing it from the city code of ordinances. Any other discussion?
Mayor Mueller,
Councilmember Byrne.
just real quick, my whole point was that we had to address the situation, not keep pretending it didn't exist. And I think the recommendation does provide a avenue for addressing the situation.
I agree, thank you. Any other discussion? Clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember Wright.
No.
Councilmember Byrne.
No.
Councilmember Fisher.
No.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
No.
Councilmember McCullough.
No.
Councilmember Ralkin.
No.
Mayor Moeller.
No. Unfinished business, number 4.
Number 4 would direct the city administration to prepare a letter to be sent to the Michigan Attorney General, Mike Cox, requesting the Attorney General's office take action to enforce the constitutional provision requiring the sheriff to hold his principal office at the county seat and authorize the mayor to sign said letter on behalf of the city council. This was postponed from November 26.
The motion's on the floor.
Yes, the motion's on the floor. You just need to.
Discussion? I guess I'll start. I guess my recommendation or suggestion would be that we postpone this again. I'm meeting with Wally Evans, Chairman of the County Board of Commissioners, this Thursday about this very subject, and hopefully I can report back. We have not been able to schedule a meeting with the County Board of Commissioners as of this time, so I would ask that someone make a motion to postpone, and that would...
Motion to table to a later date?
Second.
Can I just jump in here again?
Yeah.
If you
Hi, Pauline.
That's
I would
okay.
not want to play Jeopardy with you.
I think postponement is the proper...
Yes, postpone is the
I'm
right
sorry,
word.
postpone.
To our January 28th meeting, right?
To the January 28th meeting, yes.
So
Okay.
January 28th.
Second by Mr. Wright. Any other discussion? Clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Ralkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. From the city manager, number 1.
On my right pages now. Number 1 is a recommendation that the quote from SLC Meter Services Incorporated for $17,898 for the purchase of 200 5/8 by 3/4 inch water meters for use by the Utilities Division be accepted.
Motion.
Mayor Roller,
Councilmember McCullough.
move for the adoption from the city manager, number 1.
Second.
Support.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher. Discussion.
Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember Byrne.
During the roundtables, I believe the suggestion of getting away from the meter program altogether came up a few times from a recommendation from the city manager's report to the roundtable groups as one of the options, or maybe I'm remembering it from somewhere else.
It wasn't to, Councilman Byrne, it wasn't to eliminate metering. It was to not go to monthly billing.
Okay, I'm probably confusing with how Marysville does it without any meters.
One of the questions we asked the budget roundtables is whether they thought it would be helpful to Port Huron citizens with the impending increases in the utility bills to have monthly billing instead of quarterly billing, and they said they preferred quarterly billing, though there were some other comments by the council in your goal-setting meeting. I apologize for not remembering which one of you expressed an interest in pursuing that again at some later date.
Okay, because I guess my question was, if we go in that direction, we wouldn't need to buy any meters if we go away from...
We will still need to
way.
buy meters. As a matter of fact, just by way of history, back some 30, 35 years ago, the city was contemplating building a large addition on the water plant because we were using up its capacity. And a consultant recommended to the city that we didn't have metering at that time. It was a flat rate. And we didn't have enough capacity. People are having trouble sprinkling their lawns and those kinds of things. And the consultant recommended that the city install meters because that would be a way to he thought, lengthen the life of the plant for, I don't know, another 10 years. The council at the time adopted that recommendation. The meters were installed, and 30 years later, we haven't had to add on to the water plant. So it's been a very cost-effective program.
Okay.
Mr. Tomlin, was this the only bid we received?
Yes, and I hope that you have the revised item in front of you, Mayor Mueller. Because we have to standardize the meters for reading purposes, that we've been using one vendor for several years. It's because of the way we read meters. If we had a collection of different types of meters in the field, it would be uneconomical for us to.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mayor Muller?
Councilmember Wright.
Either for Mr. Clegg or Mr. Tomian. Why don't we replace automatically functioning meters? Why not just individually as they go up? Or is there longevity and some of them maybe 5-10 years longer?
Mayor Mueller and council members, of course, that's an excellent question. The meters that we are currently replacing are typically something of a 15 to 20-year life, and they've been in for the past 30 years. So we have a regular ongoing program to replace them. Certainly, we keep them in stock. If we get a citizen complaint or we find that there's a meter that's malfunctioning, this is the inventory we use to replace those. And then additionally, we go out and try to have a replacement program so we can catch up with these aging meters. Approximately half of our meters in the system are original, and even though we've had a program of replacing them, we still have another half to go.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood you, but if a meter is functioning and we don't know the life expectancy of it exactly, correct?
Well, the life expectancy of a meter is between 15 and 20 years, depending on the volume of water that comes through it, how much usage goes through it. Now, all our meters in the system have varying amounts of water going through them. What we focused on first in our replacement program are very high consumption meters, industrial meters, and commercial meters where we have high use. Those have been completed. We are currently also keep an inventory of meters when we receive a complaint from a citizen about a malfunctioning meter, or if we go in, based on our meter reads, we determine there's a malfunctioning meter. So we have a certain amount of inventory for that. In addition to that, we have a program, then that program is to eventually change out these aging meters. They are beyond their projected life expectancy, and we're trying to get them replaced out. But we do it on a phased program. We have gotten estimates for cost to replace them all at once, and the cost is significant. So we're trying to do it in a more measured approach.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand why you would replace a meter that's functional. For example, if there was a single person living next to my family, I would think the life expectancy of their meter compared to my family would be double or more. And the way I see this is that you're going to replace my neighbors plus mine, even if they're both functioning. In a certain area, you just completely replace them. And I'm wondering if it's cost effective just to wait until there's a problem with that meter. Because just like we talked about the water plant, they projected it may go up in 10 years, and here it's 30 years later and it's still functioning properly. Are we just replacing because we expect them to go up? Or I just think there could be a cost-effective savings.
Please bear with me, but there's 6,100 meters out there that are original. If all 6,100 or a significant percentage of those meters were to fail at any one time, we'd have a very difficult time serving our customer. So instead, we have a program whereby we make it the effort to address those that are showing wear and are already failing, and have a program where the oldest of those meters are, where the heavier use is, to go in and have a scheduled program of replacement. It is certainly more cost-effective to do it in that approach, because it is difficult to make scheduled appointment with customers. In many customers' homes, we have multiple people working. They aren't home during the day. It's difficult to schedule times. If we have carte blanche, large percentages of those 6,100 meters that are yet to be changed out go out at one time, it will be impossible for us to serve our customers. So we need to have a program of regular replacement. And we focus that on neighborhoods where we know that the meters are more likely to be in a deteriorated case. Certainly that serves the customer better because they're getting more accurate reads. And it's our desire to be there and to serve them. And we're concerned that if we don't keep up with this, we won't be able to do that.
Well, I believe you answered my question when you said the key I was looking for is the program that you have in place is more cost effective.
Yes, sir.
And that's was what I'm cared about.
Okay.
Bob, I have a couple questions about this. I mean, I assume these things are mechanical devices. They have to have something that, when the water flow goes through, that spins, like a paddle wheel, kind of like a Mississippi River boat, to use a visual analogy. I know it's not like that.
Sure.
But it's got to be.
There are veins in the unit. Yes.
It's got to spin. And what are they lubricated bearings? I mean, what's there to wear out?
There are many improvements in the newer meters compared to the older meters, and they have changed over time. There have been oil bath meters. There have been water cooled meters. We have, with the age of our meters, we have a wide spectrum, while made by the same manufacturer, of how they operate. I was going to bring one as a demo tonight, but I didn't with the other material that I had to bring. But I do have photos of what they look like. But essentially, the meter comes with a mechanical device, as you aptly described, and a mechanical register. But they also have an electronic sending device, and it counts the ticks that the mechanical meter goes through. That is important because we read our meters by walking up to a pad as many places as we can, mounted to the exterior of the home. And the meter reader merely touches that pad, pulls a trigger, if you will, on this device, and it downloads the meter number, the last register read that it had in memory, and it looks at the current meter read. It immediately feeds back to the meter reader whether they're getting erroneous data or not. So if there's a problem with that read, they're not making it all the way back, going through a computer program to determine that the read was bad. All of that is done through this electronic information that's connected.
Do all of our meters have the electronic capability?
Yes, but some are a 10-wire, our older ones are 10-wire systems. That has been reduced to a 3-wire system. Why? Because the old meters are mechanical in nature, completely mechanical, with no electronic reading. The new meters are binary. So we have a positive lead, a negative lead, and a ground. And all the counts off the meter are digital. It's binary, either on or off.
Are these new meters that you're looking at, are they is there any fail rate out of the box? Are they 100% good when you open them up and take them out? Or is there a 1% or 2% of them that are dead?
I am unaware of any problems we've had with new meters we've purchased.
Okay, because I know
We've had good quality.
I mean, I've bought personally some new electronic equipment things before that you plug in or you put the batteries in and it doesn't work. And I would hate to see us replace a meter that is functioning with a new shiny one that doesn't work.
Well, we will know because we go through a process during installation to verify these things. But, and we certainly don't go to the home and put something in without knowing whether it's going to function. But no, we have not had a problem with malfunctioning meters. Very, very simple device when it comes down to that electronic. In fact, it's become simpler than what it used to be. We used to be a 10-wire system, now it's a 3-wire system. It's actually become more efficient, more reliable than the older meters.
So I guess I'm a real believer in old technology and old stuff. That's probably why I live in an old house.
Well, then you would like the material that these meters are made of then.
Well, no, I guess what I was going to say is I know I have a boiler system, and I'm stalling here till Brian gets back. I have a boiler system in our house, and I know I just replaced the old Malagasy pump with one of the new taco-style pumps, which is just an amazing thing to me. I still don't know how that little thing works and does what it does. But in about a tenth the size, it's pumping the water better through the entire boiler system. So. You can take over. I know I can take over, but you're one short on voting, so.
That's okay.
I am taking over.
Since we have time.
Any other? No, go ahead.
Yes.
I assume this is a budgeted item?
Yes, sir.
And 200 is what you plan on ordering for the whole year, or do you come back quarterly for 200, or?
This is somewhat unusual in that usually we keep an inventory up and we acquire as we use that inventory. There was a span of time when the vendor couldn't supply the materials on a regular basis, and so now we're having to buy a plug of these, and that's why I'm here tonight.
And this would be a year's worth, your estimate? Or?
No, this is somewhat less than a year. We anticipate, we're budgeted to replace approximately 500 meters.
Okay.
But the meters we're buying tonight are 3/4 to 5/8 inch. We also have 3/4 to 1 inch. We have 3/4 to 3/4 inch. We have 1-inch meters. We have 6-inch meters. So there's a whole variety in the system. But what we're asking specifically to buy this particular size, our inventory just happened to get low in these particular items.
Just with the age of the meters and this being less than 4% of the total meters, I would expect your fail rate to be higher than that, so.
Well, we've been very fortunate. They were good meters to start with, and we continue with that program, but we certainly have to keep on pace.
Okay, just the 500 is kind of what made more sense, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Ralkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. From city manager number 2.
Number 2 is a recommendation that the bid from Watson Brothers for $12,000 for the municipal office center air conditioner motor and pump replacement be accepted.
Motion.
Mayor Mueller,
Councilmember McCullough.
move for the adoption of from the
Second.
city manager number 2.
I knew what you meant. Second? Second. Discussion.
Mayor Mueller, just a real quick comment. It's nice to see that the lowest bid is local and it came under what we had anticipated in our budget, so just two positives.
Thank you.
Mayor Mueller?
Good. Councilmember Byrne.
Just air conditioners this time of year, seems odd to be buying them so early. I assume there's a reason to buy it now instead of waiting a few months?
Mayor Mueller and council, yes. The correct time to do this work, because it is very complicated, is during the off-cooling season. If we were to wait until the cooling season, or closer to the cooling season, if we had any problem getting parts or delivery, the delay would put us in violation of our agreements with our vendors and could jeopardize our computer equipment in the building. So to protect all of that, we purposely try to do it in the off-cooling season.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Mayor Mull.
Councilmember Wright.
I went over this a couple days ago. If you can refresh my memory. With Watson Brothers, with the $12,000, is that the same air conditioner that the other ones bid, the exact manufacturer of the air conditioner? Or is there different brands, and is that a reason why there's such a disparity, and what's the quality then, if there is?
Excellent question. What we put together were a set of specifications, and the specification is not vendor specific, but it is very specific about quality, about throughput, and capabilities. And so we can compare apples with apples to apples, even if it is not the exact same brand. And we judged through looking at these three bids that each bidder was submitting a very similar product.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Relkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. From the city manager, number 3.
Number 3 is a recommendation that the bid from Titus Welding Company Incorporated for $52,763 for the replacement of the north grit channel discharge pans and the installation of air headers in the north and south grit channels at the wastewater treatment plant be accepted.
Motion.
Motion to adopt from the manager, number 3.
Second.
Support.
Discussion.
Mayor Mueller.
Councilmember Wright.
I've been on the council a short period of time here, but a worry came to my mind on this wastewater treatment plant on, excuse me, replacement of items there that seem to be quite costly. I didn't know if there could be, if I could see, or the council could see, how much in cost on replacement has been in the last year, 2 years, and what's the prediction for the future here? And at what point does a new wastewater treatment plant go in effect over the cost of replacement?
We have prepared a detailed replacement plan, was submitted with the budget last year, and it's been looked at very carefully. We'd be happy to provide you with a copy of that report.
Okay.
Anyone else want a copy besides Councilmember Wright?
We'll certainly provide
Everyone?
to
Okay.
everybody
All
on
right.
council.
Fine.
And I
Any
assume
other
this is a
discussion?
budget, I assume this is a budgeted item as well?
Correct. Any other discussion? Clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Relkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. From the city manager, number 4.
Number 4 is a recommendation that the bid from Trojan Development Company Incorporated for $9,375 for the fabrication and installation of crossover piping for the biosolids mixing pumps at the wastewater treatment plant be accepted.
Motion.
Mayor Mueller.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Move for the adoption from the city manager, number 4.
Second.
Support.
Discussion. Hearing none, clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember Relkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. Resolutions. Resolution number 1.
Resolution number 1 would adopt payments.
Mayor Mueller. Go ahead.
Council, or Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Move for the adoption of resolution number 1.
Support. Second, okay. Discussion.
Mayor Miller, can we talk about the Bancroft warehouse fuel tanks? I've been hearing some problems. We've had installation problems there, and I was curious if somebody could.
Which number is that?
It's number 23, the very last one.
Okay. Mr. Tommy, you want
Mr. Clegg's just getting that file together, Mayor.
to? Okay.
Okay, Mayor Mueller and council members. Payment number 23 is, I believe, to Huron Environmental,
That's the Bancroft warehouse fuel tanks.
Huron Consultants, yes.
That's the payment of $3,000 approximately?
Yes. Yeah. This is a payment to the consulting firm who prepared the plans and specifications and is doing the environmental study and the final reports MDEQ required for any time you remove or replace fuel tanks. I believe what you're talking about is, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm guessing at what problems you may or may not have heard about, is number one, when we removed the tank, the consultant provided an estimate for potential soil contamination. It's very typical for doing a plan design for removal of tanks or any other contaminated site. It is very difficult when you do that to estimate the total quantity you will find, because once you excavate, remove the tank, and you do sampling of soils, what we are required by MDEQ to do in an effort to get to closure, we're trying to get a closure report here, is we trace the walls of the trench, and they do sampling, and they have field type instruments that determine where there might be some ethylene, some toluene, or other chemicals that are benzene that would be released as part of fuels. When that occurs, then, you must continue your excavation beyond your limits. That is why we bid these projects under a unit bid basis, because we're only estimating how much material we think we're going to have to remove. The trench did grow. The trench did grow in size from what we originally anticipated for the removal, and that we must do to comply with our permit requirements.
I guess my question is, I've heard that the curb was lower than the asphalt, and you guys had to put a drain underneath it and run it into the storm sewer?
The contractor installed the concrete pad at a lower elevation than we had anticipated. And at their expense, at no cost to the city, had to come up with a solution. And the alternative they proposed was to install some additional drains. We looked at that proposal and determined that that was actually to our benefit for a couple of reasons. And thus, we authorized that, and that is being done at no additional cost to the city of Port Huron. That's being borne by the...
Okay, that was my concern, to make sure we weren't facing any extra cost. I guess the other concern I have about that is running something that's underneath the fuel storage tank into the storm sewers, too.
Well, it's a very good question, and one that we're obviously very concerned about. There's two things about the new fuel storage tanks. One is that they're double-walled, and all the piping is double-walled, and we have sensors so that if the interior tank leaks to the outer walls, we can sense whether fuels are leaking to there. And then we also have sensors outside the second wall to determine whether it leaks to there. The storm catchment devices that are being installed are to drain surface water away. It is our intent as part of sewer, currently that goes to a combined sewer. As part of sewer separation, it is our intent to install a capture system. We have to anyway, under stormwater permitting requirements for any surface runoff of miscellaneous oil leaks or anything on the parking lot. And that containment device is being properly sized to take into account that we have a fueling facility there.
Okay.
So currently it goes to a sanitary. We certainly don't want it to happen anyway, but if an accident were to happen, it's contained, it doesn't discharge to the river. But certainly after we do separation, we have a plan in place to install an oil water separator and a grit capture system to assure that we're not violating in their stormwater permit requirement.
Okay, so that we won't have any extra cost for the installation of this?
No additional cost for that. There will be additional cost for the additional soil that was removed, but that was anticipated and is in the bid items.
Okay.
That actually went to council in December 10th. There was a change order there for that.
Which brings, I'm glad you said that, because that was my next question, which I've been contacted by several people, and they told me that the city engineer should have did borings beforehand, and we should have known that when the bid first went out, and that the city engineer screwed up.
Well,
Tell me I'm wrong.
I very much appreciate everyone's opinion.
Me too.
And I think that's.
They're like noses, everybody has one, so tell me what,
And again, we hired a professional who's a professional firm, a local professional firm, whose expertise is this type of facility, and they did the design. I am not an expert in remediation efforts. The city engineer, and I will readily admit, is not an expert in everything in the face of the earth. This is one of the things I'm not an expert in, and that's why we hired a local professional firm to do that. They looked at the facts of the case, they looked at the type of facility we had, and they made a reasonable professional estimate of what they thought they would encounter. We were surprised, I think they were all surprised by the excavation and what they encountered
well,
at that.
I was contacted by more people about that than I was about the parks and drinking. And the question that came up is that whoever the engineering company we hired is, I don't know if it's by statute or DEQ requirements, should have done borings out to 40 feet from the center of mass of the tank.
Center of mass, that's an interesting concept.
Well, I'm saying center of mass, I don't know if that's what they said, but from the center of the tank, there should have been borings at 10 feet, 20 feet, and 40 feet is what I was told in 4 different directions.
I've been in this profession for 30 years, and I have hired firms to do remediation. Some of those remediation sites were, for example, in one site it was 120 acres of contaminated site. And I've also seen remediation efforts with as small as a few tanks taken out. In each and every case, these professional firms, if you want to pay them and pay them and pay them, they'll do a lot of advanced study work, and it'll end up costing more for the advanced study work than if you ask them for a reasonable estimate, them to do the work, for them to test as the work's being done, and pay the contractor to get rid of the contaminated soil.
And I'm not saying you're wrong or anything like that, okay? I'm just asking you a question, but it might save us money in the long run, but what several people that called me said, we lost probably $4,000 on this job because if the borings had been done, they would have known the contamination was there, and we would have got that in our original bid, which would have came in cheaper than the cost.
The removal and handling of contaminated soil was included in the original bid. There was a bid item for it.
Then what was the cost override?
It was the quantity of material that had to be removed increased.
Because
On a
the
unit
contamination
price
was
basis.
farther out.
Yeah, that's correct. On a
So if
unit
the
price
boring would have been done, and what the people are telling me is, then we would have saved money.
Again, my experience is that many times you can study things to death and pay more for the study than it costs for the remediation.
Mayor
We
Moore?
depend on a professional's expertise in this area. Again, I'm not the expert. My observation over 30 years of doing this is that many times you can overkill with study and end up spending more on study than it would have cost to do the remediation.
Mayor Moore?
I'll let Councilmember Byrne address this.
Having done many underground tank removals and stuff, I have to agree with what Bob's saying. It's much better to do it, and you never know what you're going to get. And yes, you can do testing to death, but his method is pretty much what I use.
My understanding also was, though, and maybe you know the answer, Mark, is that the, any This is a fuel tank, right?
Yes, sir.
Any fuel tank that is left in the ground after so many years, you can, well, you're saying we did anticipate the leakage.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We did.
Don't, you got answered it. Any other discussion? Clerk, take, no, there's more discussion.
Yes, sir.
Number 22, and I don't know how to do this, but I may have to vote no on the whole package if we can't remove this, but I will not vote in favor of number 22. Because at 24th and Lapeer, southwest corner, every time it snows, rains, or anything else, there's a flood of the street. The understanding that I have is that that sewer there, which there is a sewer there, is not hooked up to anything, and that the township and the city and the road commission are on a turf battle and it's not getting fixed. So I drove by there the last 2 times it snowed and rained, and guess what? There's a water puddle all the way out to almost the center line on Lapeer and out on 24th. So until that matter is taken care of, I will not support payment of 22 until we determine whose fault that is and it's taken care of.
Well, could I please
Answer, go ahead.
suggest that we not penalize every vendor that works for us if you would like to not pay one vendor?
I don't want to pay the county road commission, so, until we settle this turf battle sufficiently to me, but.
Entertain a motion, we remove the attachment 122.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? I would suggest the council members drive by there and look. It's raining out now, but if you go by there, it's flooded every time it rains and there's a manhole there, or not a manhole, a sewer, and the water's not going anywhere.
I drive by there all the time. I live down that way, and I see it too. I guess I never just really thought much about it. I got so used to it.
Neither did I, but I was contacted by several people that said that since the county road commission widened 24th Street, that drain there is not hooked up to anything, and that there's a turf battle between the city, the township, and the county road commission, so until that's settled, I won't support this.
Just on the corner of
24th and Lapeer is southwest corner, across from Mortimer and Son. So I would suggest the council members take a ride by there. So, any further discussion on the amendment not to pay the county road?
Just one question. Are we aware of the situation at all?
Yes.
And what's the problem, Bob?
It is a catch basin located in a county road. It was at one time connected to a city sanitary. We ordered the township to remove the catch basin from the city sanitary because it's a violation of city ordinances. It was disconnected, and it was not connected to the township drain, which is a storm drain on the west side of the road.
So whose problem is it then, are we saying?
In my opinion, drainage of a roadway is the responsibility of the agency that runs the road, that manages the roadway.
Which is the county road commission?
Correct.
So then you don't have too much objection to us not paying them?
Well,
I know you don't want to say that. I'll take the heat.
I have no professional opinion on that, but I do believe that it should be addressed.
All right, thank you. Any further discussions on the amendment? Clerk will take the roll on the amendment and the removal.
Removal of payment 122.
Right. So you vote yes to remove, no to pay?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Wright,
Say that again. Yes, to remove.
to remove the payment.
To remove the payment.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne,
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski,
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough,
Yes.
Councilmember Ralkin,
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes.
Mayor Mueller, I'd like to commend you for picking up on that
Oh,
and bringing it
thank
to our
you.
attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Got to be right once in a while. Raise the gas to $4.
Extra $10 a month, you get to win one.
Council, any other further discussion on the rest of the payments? Clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Byrne,
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough,
Yes.
Councilmember Ralkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes.
Number 2.
Resolution number 2, Councilmember Relkins asked for a 5-minute recess, so
We're 3 hours in it without even a strike.
anybody opposed to that? Take 5 minutes.
Just a stretch.
Take 5-minute recess. Be back at 10:35.
can read that one. Get everybody to sit.
Resolution number 2.
Number
It's on the consent docket, and Councilmember Lewandowski asked for discussion, so.
No, it's me.
Councilmember Byrne, I'm sorry.
It would be to appoint the 2008 Board of Review members consisting of Timothy Kearns, Judith Novar, and Gary Westrick with compensation in the amount of $600 per year per member, and setting the Board of Review meeting dates.
Mayor Mueller.
Motion?
Oh, that's right. Never mind.
Motion to accept.
I'll make that.
Motion by Councilmember McCullough, second.
Bennett.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher, discussion. Councilmember Byrne.
I guess my question is, was there anyone else who applied or filled out an application? Because these people have been on it for a while?
I'm not aware of that, so, Mr. Tyner?
No, no one, to my knowledge, applied. These are members who have served. We've found over the years, Proposal A has been in place since 1993, but it is not well understood by the citizens of Port Huron, and it's been very helpful to have experienced Board of Review members that can then work with the citizens and explain how the confusing law works. I guess it's actually a constitutional amendment.
Actually, that was my concern, is having appealed to that board and sat with them and had them shake their head yes the whole time and then get a letter that said denied without any explanation after they agreed with everything I said. So I wasn't real happy that that's what citizens are getting.
Well, if you have a concern, I'd be happy to sit down with you with the assessor and go through how the state constitution works.
I understand how the state constitution works and how the rule reads, and they shook their head yes to everything I said and agreed with it. And if I wasn't understanding it right, they certainly didn't correct me or advise me of anything. And I can understand it if I'm wrong and they explain it to me, but when they don't explain it and just say yes and then send a denial, that's not serving the citizens very well. It's my reason for bringing this to this point instead of consenting on it.
Okay, well, I don't know anything about the facts of your case, or...
And not my case particular, just if that's the way the board's operating, that's not what the board's for, in my
Well, I
opinion.
will certainly express that opinion to the assessor, and we can work with the board to see that citizens are getting explanations.
Thank you.
It's also the case sometimes that citizens get explanations, but they don't necessarily get the answer they want, and they see that as not an explanation.
Well, I didn't even get that, so.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Byrne.
No.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Rauken.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. Resolution number 6.
Resolution number 6 would authorize the transferring title to public housing properties, specifically Huron Village, Desmond Village, the Reinvestment Center, Peru Village, Gratiot Village, and Delhut Village from the city of Port Huron to the Port Huron Housing Commission by quick claim deed.
Motion.
Mayor Mueller,
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
for the adoption of resolution number 6.
Second.
Support.
Support. Discussion.
Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember Ralkin.
Yeah, just a question, just to help me understand. In the case of the reinvestment center, because it's not really public housing, but it's always been under the public housing commission, what we're doing here, is this going to make any impact on that at all? I mean, just, that may be one of those questions I already know how to answer, but in the case of the reinvestment centers, really, does it impact that at all, how it may operate in the future otherwise?
Mr. Tanya?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that answer. Okay, thanks, Bill.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Rauken.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. Resolution number 8, which was taken off the consent agenda, and I'm not going to say by who because I don't remember.
Okay.
Councilmember Byrne.
Not me.
Lewandowski, okay.
Resolution 8 was to rescind the declaration of single-lot special assessments for 2445 Military Street in the amount of $642 and 2455 Military Street in the amount of $2,757.60, as previously approved at the December the 10th, 2007 council meeting.
Mayor Mueller.
Motion.
Move for
Mayor
the,
Pro Tem Fisher.
move for the adoption of resolution number 8.
Second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Lewandowski. Discussion.
I guess, Mr. Harrison, I guess I wouldn't mind knowing now is why the amount dropped so much.
Bob, Mr. Clegg, before you answer this, are these properties owned by any of my relatives? I have some in that neighborhood, so I just don't want to make sure I have a conflict there.
I don't know. Let me double check that.
Thank you. I don't know their addresses, but I don't want to have a conflict, so.
Sure.
Is this a business or is it a residential?
This is resident, I believe it's oh, no, it could be, is it the medical village or is it residential?
Didn't drop. These two amounts. Yeah.
Okay, that's the, let me get the names here. I apologize, I don't have the names of the property owners
Okay.
in front of me. I do for the trash pickups, but not for the sidewalk repairs. Actually, Resolution 8 and Resolution 9 go together. The amounts, the net amount is the same, so there's no net change of revenue. What occurred is, in probably 98% of the cases in the city of Port Huron, property lines are at a 90-degree angle with the public right-of-way. And when our staff person was in the field doing their measurements to determine square footage of repair that went across these two properties, they made the assumption it was a 90-degree angle on the property line and made the first calculation. They later found out, after it was approved by council, that the property line was askew and that they needed to make the correction. So what tonight does in number 8 is it rescinds what you approved before. And number 9 now shows the correct distribution of the cost to the proper property owners. We apologize for the mistake, but we think it was important that the property owners are appropriately billed.
Any other questions, discussion? Councilmember Byrne.
With the current economic situation and sidewalk assessments hitting property owners who are being foreclosed on and having a hard time paying for things, is these really bad sidewalks? Or I've seen some of these before in different cities, not here, where the sidewalk has a crack in it, which really is minor. And in times like this, I don't know if those are good things to be hitting people with.
We respond to citizen concerns about hazardous sidewalk. We send an inspector. It's only in cases where there's a potential trip hazard or the sidewalk is defective to the point that there are holes in it that we have replacement. A simple crack would not result in us ordering a repair because that would not be considered hazardous.
There's a specific state statute that says that if we receive a notice of a sidewalk defect, and I don't remember the specific pitch, but if we don't correct it and someone slips and falls, then the city of Port Huron is liable for any of the medical damages. And that's why we have this program.
Okay.
To reduce taxpayer expense.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the roll, and I'm going to abstain because we don't know who the property owner is.
Okay. Did you perchance want to take 8 and 9 together? Just
Well, the
because
motion was already for
if
8.
somebody wants to change it, or it's up to you. I'm just thinking they both apply.
Yeah, I'm the one who made the motion, and so, yeah, I would modify my motion to put 8 and 9 together. Who seconded?
Councilmember
Councilmember-
Lewandowski?
Yeah, second.
You have to make vote on
No,
amendment?
not at all.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Rauken.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Abstain for the reasons stated. Resolution number 11.
Resolution number 11 would authorize payment of $17,802.16 to the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality for the annual biosolids land application fee required for the administration of the biosolids land application program.
Motion.
Mayor Mueller,
Councilmember McCullough.
move for the adoption of resolution number 11.
Second.
Support.
Support. Councilmember Byrne. Discussion.
Could somebody just explain exactly what this is?
Councilmember Lewandowski. Mr. Clegg.
Mayor Mueller and council members, as with many things we do at the wastewater plant, water plant, those operations are done under permit with the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality. A specific program that we do that saves our community quite a bit of money and also is good for the environment is we land apply biosolids. It's a recycling or reuse of a usable material. That program is regulated as the state, and we've always had fees of some sort, but as the state has cut general fund cost out of their budget, they have depended more and more on fees. And this is a fee that we pay to be regulated, if you will. It's our permit fee.
This is where we take the gator out and pump it into the farmer field?
That is correct.
Okay.
And these are to pay the regulators for assuring that we're complying with all their regulations.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk take the roll.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Rauken.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. Resolution number 12.
Number 12 would approve the agreement with Tetra Tech MPS for professional evaluation and design of the variable frequency drives and design of the automation system at the water filtration plant.
Motion.
Mayor Mueller,
Councilmember Lewandowski.
move for the resolution of number 12.
Second.
Support.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher supports. Discussion.
Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember Byrne.
Is this something we have that's being replaced, or is this something new? And if so, what kind of payback does this capital investment have?
Mr. Clegg.
Mayor Mueller and City Council, the answer is yes.
Thank you. It's the best answer tonight.
I apologize for that. This project is really this design agreement is really for two phases of a project at the water filtration plant. One is our variable frequency drive pumps. These pumps were installed in 1964 and are being regulated using a hydraulic transmission, not like what we have in our cars. They're, at the time, were the space age, and now are antiquated, can't get parts, and are not real efficient compared to today's system. And what we need is we need a full study and design to put detailed specifications together for a variable speed drive motor to install in the existing pumps. It's our intention, even though the pumps, the pads, and the connections to those pumps were put in 1964, we're not recommending that they be replaced. They are well-maintained, and the environment they are in, unlike a wastewater environment, has permitted us to keep these pumps operational. But the motors and the drive mechanisms are well outdated and are beginning to fail, and we should really go to a modern system. The second part of this project is an automated control system. If you would take the time, and we invite you to, Council, take a visit to our water plant, you would walk into our control room. What you would see is you would see a panel very much liking to a 1964 sci-fi movie, where there's big dials and knobs and floating gauges. Our wastewater plant, we have gone to a fully automated control system where everything to control the plant is seen on a computer screen or multiple computer screens. We are capable and able to trend, do analysis, adjust pump speeds, create efficiencies, both for valve openings, for pump speeds, and so on, at our wastewater plant. At our water plant, we do not have that capability. While over the ensuing years, as we replaced equipment, we put programmable logic controllers out in various processes. There's no feedback loop. There's no computer system to trend. There's no software. And that's what this project does, is it begins the process of analyzing all our systems, what we have today, what we will implement in the future, and assure that we have one piece of software and an automated control panel to assure that we can more efficiently operate our facility, and also look at trending to increase our efficiency about when motor should start and stop and so on. This is, the time is now. We really need to address this, especially because the old panel is falling out of repair.
So your savings would be in energy or materials or labor?
I think our savings eventually will be in energy. We would also hope to see savings in trending. In other words, not just energy, but we may also find more efficient ways to balance and operate the system. When should we be filling towers? When shouldn't we be filling towers? Right now, our staff does an excellent job. They're very capable people, but one human being is controlling it and another human being comes in and takes over. If we had an automated system, we would have constant data tracking, and we could do trending, we could look at trending graphs, and we could go from shift to shift and have more efficient changes in decision-making processes. It's just not feasible at this time because we don't have the right equipment to analyze that. That's also part of this effort.
So you're thinking the savings in energy and stuff would be $20,000 a year, $5,000 a year? What kind of payback?
I apologize. We will make certain that as part of this study, and before we propose to council a purchase of equipment that would come out of this study, we would have better estimates on that. But until I bring these people in to do the study, I would merely be guessing, and I don't want to do that.
Thank you.
Mayor Mullin?
Councilmember Lewandowski.
How much is this study going to cost us?
Well, the study itself for both items is about $90,000. Our original estimate for this work, to perform this work, was $117,000. So it's significantly below what we estimated the effort would take, but certainly is necessary. Before we make the very large investment of these variable speed drives, we need to assure that we have a proper design, proper specification, so we can get a competitive bid that we can bring to you.
So this is committing basically $90,000 to a design to see if we're going to spend $600,000, $1 million, what kind of?
No, it's nothing of that size. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars for the pumps, the variable drive pumps. As far as the other purchased items, that will, the amount of that, again, will come out of the study. If council recalls, we did one for the wastewater plant not long ago. We had a similar study where we improved the operating system there, and we brought to council various analysis of software over multiple years and showed what the cost would be. But until that piece of the study done, it's hard for me to say.
Do you know what the savings was on that?
Yeah, it was significant, and I don't remember off the top of my head, but we're talking tens of thousands of dollars.
So the payback was 5-10 year range?
Yeah, payback was about 4 years.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Go ahead, Jim, I know you're dying to ask your question. No further discussion, clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember McCullough?
Yes.
Councilmember Ralkin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski?
Yes.
Mayor Moeller?
Resolution 13.
Resolution number 13 would direct the city manager to prepare appropriate ordinance language to enact changes to Chapter 46 Traffic and Vehicles by removing Article 7 bicycles from said chapter as requested by Councilmember Byrne.
Motion?
Motion to adopt Resolution 13?
Support.
Second, Councilmember Byrne.
Mayor Mueller?
Discussion. Yes, sir. Councilmember McCullough.
I know that earlier in this evening, the report section and the adoption of the ordinance didn't go as smoothly as expected. But I appreciated the report we received from the city administration, and I know it's about bicycles, but I would kind of like to see a similar type of report, so I have a little more background on what we're going to repeal, and postpone this until the next meeting to act on this ordinance, not ordinance, but this resolution to move forward with this ordinance change.
Mayor Mueller, if I may.
Councilmember Byrne.
This ordinance basically requires any bike ridden in the city to be registered with the police department and licensed, and I don't see people riding through on the Bridge to Bay Trail stopping to register their bikes. And to me, it's kind of silly if we got a Bridge to Bay Trail to require something like that.
I would like to say that I would support throwing out Division 2. Division 1 of the ordinance I would not support getting rid of, just because it basically spells out the traffic laws of bicycles and what they have to obey in that. And if you ever have to write somebody a ticket, we might as well get the fine instead of the state. The only case I know as an accident investigator for the city is when a gentleman that rode his bicycle along the curb and made a left turn in front of an oncoming car in Stone and got hit. And the city ordinance protected the citizen that was in the car from prosecution, basically, because the statute says, again, it would have been protected by state law, but just my opinion.
So you're suggesting...
Mayor Mueller?
Mr. Tomian.
I earlier apologized for the confusion that our report brought with the earlier items. I think it's a good idea for us to prepare a report. And this is another example. The reason that people buy licenses for their bicycles is so that they can be returned when they're stolen. That's the purpose of the ordinance. It doesn't, and if you don't have a report and you don't understand how some of these ordinances are being administered or what people are looking for, we can end up dealing with this over several meetings. And so my suggestion is, and this is up to the council, and we've been processing these ordinances this way by simply repealing them, but I think having a report come back to you instead of just repealing them and then asking for a report or developing the information may not be as efficient and clear, and I think we could do a better job if we started with the report instead of with the ordinance repealing.
If I may?
Councilmember Byrne.
The traffic violation thing, this is the only place that would be covered as far as...
No, it would be covered by state statute.
But as far as collecting it here, that would be the only place?
Yeah, I'm only, as far as Division 2 registration goes, and my experience is the police department sells very few bicycle licenses. As Mr. Tommy did say, though, the purpose of it is for 50 cents, you get the bike license, we register your serial number, and it's on file with the police department. So we're providing an insurance policy for 50 cents, but the administrative cost in that, in my opinion, isn't worth the 50 cents, and very few people sell them. In the old days, when I went to school, they used to send an officer to the 5th grade and sell them to the elementary schools and sell them to every kid there. We don't do that anymore. We haven't done. Have you done that in years? No, they don't do it anymore. So, in my opinion, Division 2 is the administrative costs outweigh the benefit. But again, that's just my opinion.
And to me, if that's a service, it should be voluntary, not mandatory.
As far as number 1 goes, I just think that parking, no person shall park a bicycle in such a manner as to obstruct pedestrian or vehicle traffic. I know that's common sense, but it's also common sense for people to get out of the way of handicapped and elderly people, but they don't. So this gives the officer the authority, not necessarily to take action as far as writing a citation or anything, but it does give them the authority to have the youth or whoever move the bike. So that's why I would be opposed to elimination of Division 1, but Division 2 I have no objection to eliminating.
Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember McCullough.
I'd like to move to table this motion until the next meeting so that we can receive a report from administration.
You mean postpone?
Postpone, yes.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Just an opinion, I guess, from administration up here. Part of the confusion that happened earlier was the fact that we tabled a motion, then got a report, and then we still had an existing motion. Would it be better to change the resolution to direct the city manager to prepare a report about ordinance language to enact changes?
Yes.
Right, or we're going to be in the same position that we were earlier. You're going to be voting
Instead
the
of-
opposite of what you want.
Instead of
basically.
postponing it, we could modify it, take out the word appropriate, and put in the words a report about, or some other floral language. So direct the city manager to prepare a report about ordinance languages to enact changes to Chapter 46.
Mayor Muller, I'd like to remove my motion at this time.
Remove my second.
I think it's a good idea.
You're going to make that motion?
I'll make that motion to remove the word appropriate and insert the words a report about, because I'm tired and can't come up with a bigger word.
What are you amending?
Resolution number 13 that reads, currently directing the city manager to prepare appropriate ordinance language. Change that to directing the city manager to prepare a report about ordinance language, and then remove the words to enact changes. So a report about possible changes. I guess that would take care of that.
Report about possible
Second?
changes.
I'll
Second.
Oh, go ahead now.
Councilmember Lewandowski, seconds. Any discussion?
Okay, I've got just a second.
Clerk will take the roll on the changing of the resolution.
That's we're taking the vote on the amendment
Amendment, okay.
to the resolution.
Yeah, changing amendment.
Councilmember Rauken.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Mayor Mola.
No.
Now you have
Now
it
we have to vote on the resolution as amended.
as amended, that's
Any
correct.
discussion? Clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Yes is,
Means it's
Okay, right.
adopting it as amended.
Right.
Yes, with the new language.
right?
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Rauken.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
No. Resolution 14.
Resolution 14 would direct the city manager to prepare appropriate ordinance language to enact changes to Chapter 12 businesses by removing Article 13 vehicles for hire from said chapter as requested by Councilmember Byrne.
Motion?
Motion?
Motion by Councilmember Burns, second.
Support.
Support by Mayor Pro Tem Fisher. Discussion?
Mayor Muller?
Councilmember Byrne.
The purpose of this is directed towards, particularly on boat night, if you're ever downtown at 2 a.m. and trying to get a cab, you cannot. There's just not enough of them. These regulations prevent companies like City Cab from bringing in extra cabs from outside the area, dispatching them through their center and helping out on boat night, making it, A, safer with less drunk drivers, and B, more tourist-friendly for people to come in and have a good time and be driven home safely or to their hotel. And talking to City Cab Company, most of surrounding townships do not regulate the cabs. There's also non-regulated cab companies. He handed me a flyer of one that are operating in the city. Just not fair competition for him.
Mayor Muller.
Councilmember McCullough.
I would like to make the same motion that Councilmember Fisher made in the previous resolution number 13. It does sound, I do like the ideas, I just would like a little more background on what we might be voting on, and I think administration report would be. So I don't know if you have the wording from Mayor Pro Tem Fisher's previous amendment, but I would like to make that motion at this time.
Second.
Second.
Councilmember Lewandowski, seconds. Discussion? Yeah, discussion on the amendment. We as a city council have a responsibility to protect the citizens of the city. And maybe parts of this I would support eliminating, but I think every taxi cab driver is checked by the police department to see if they're a convicted felon, a pedophile, a drug dealer, or whatever, and I think it's important that we protect the public from that type of person being a driver. We still don't license felons, do we? No. And so I would be, I just suppose that. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Well, I guess that's kind of like, I like the idea about the reports or also to give people a little bit of a heads up that this is on the agenda. I think I'm the only person on council that was here when we actually changed and some of the number of licenses for taxi cabs, and that created a bit of an issue with things. And I personally, I haven't talked to any of the cab companies or anything, and would really like to hear from them on this, if they like the idea of being licensed or regulated or not, and how that works and affects and interfaces with their business, because it may help or it may hinder, and I'm not an expert in the taxi business.
The other licensing effect that where we as the council or we as a city protect the citizen is we do inspections. They may be annually, but an officer can stop a vehicle and do an inspection 24/7, 365 days a year. And if the vehicle is improperly equipped with safety features such as brakes, lights, and so on and so forth, the cab can be put out of service. So I think we're dealing with a public safety issue here that for those people that unfortunately do not have their own vehicle or are intoxicated and can't or prefer not to drive. So I would
Mayor Mueller,
oppose
if I may.
that. Councilmember Byrne.
Most people rely on a company's reputation. The company has a whole lot at stake. That's why they make sure their drivers are good, safe, their vehicles are safe, or people won't call them and use their cabs again. The surrounding townships all get by without doing this. People are safe there. I don't hear about complaints in Fort Gratiot or Port Huron Township or Marysville or anywhere else.
I would think that's because we license them and they don't have to, but that would just be my opinion. But anyway, I think that if they got a Port Huron license, they assume they're okay to drive in Port Huron Township or Fort Gratiot or wherever. But unless you're going to look up every taxi cab driver on your handheld computer that you have and see if they're a convicted felon or not, or if they're a drug pusher or a pedophile or whatever, prior to getting in the back seat with your kids, most people trust that the police department or the city has done their job and checked these people out. So anyway.
Mayor Mueller, if I may.
Go ahead, Councilmember Byrne.
Like with millions of products, we trust the company. They may have a maniac working at their plant poisoning every pill, but we trust them to do a good job and provide us with a good product. That's what their company's reputation is based on.
And they're usually all licensed by the Federal Drug Administration or the Drug and Food Administration or some other government agency, so.
And again, they don't check background checks on all the employees. I work in those industries.
That's true.
It's a certain trust that companies earn, and they have a name brand, and they protect that name brand by doing the job without us having to do it for them.
Well, the motions have a study done anyway, so I guess we can vote on that unless there's further discussion. That's the motion.
Motion's to amend it.
Amend it so that a study's done.
Report is done and presented back to council.
Any objection? Any further discussion, Mark? Okay. I'm sorry, Councilmember Byrne.
Councilmember Byrne.
No.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Rauken.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Mayor Mueller.
No.
You have it before you as amended now
Oh, okay.
for a report back.
All right.
Okay.
Now it's amended. We have to vote on the resolution as amended to have a report brought back. Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, vote. The clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough?
Yes.
Councilmember Relkin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Mayor Moeller?
No. Ordinances, one, first and second reading.
You have an ordinance before you tonight for its first and second reading, and it's an ordinance to amend Chapter 48 Utilities, Article 3 Sewer Service, Sections 48-81 and 48-94 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Port Huron for the purpose of amending industrial pretreatment requirements to comply with changes in the Code of Federal Regulations.
Motion,
Mayor Moeller.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Move that ordinance number 1 be given its first and second reading.
Second,
Support.
support by Councilmember McCullough. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk take the roll.
Councilmember Lewandowski?
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough?
Yes.
Councilmember Relkin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher?
Yes.
Mayor Moeller?
Yes. City ordinance number 2, first and second reading.
Number 2 is an ordinance to amend Chapter 6 Amusements and Entertainments, Article 1 in general, Article 2 pool rooms, Article 3 dance halls, and Article 4 game devices of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Port Huron for the purpose of eliminating regulation of these amusements and entertainments by repealing this chapter.
Motion,
Mayor Mueller,
Councilmember McCullough.
move that ordinance number 2 be given its first and second reading.
Support.
Support by Councilmember Byrne. Discussion? Clerk will take the roll. Hearing none.
Councilmember McCullough?
Yes.
Councilmember Relkin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski?
Yes.
Mayor Moeller?
Yes. Ordinance 3, first and second reading.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 24, Fire Prevention and Protection, Article 2, Fire Prevention Code, Section 24-34 amendments of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Port Huron for the purpose of amending Chapter 3, General Precautions Against Fire, Section 307.3.3, Outdoor Burning, to allow outdoor burning of firewood under specific guidelines.
Motion,
Mayor Moeller.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Move that ordinance number 3 be given its first and second reading.
Second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Lewandowski. Discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember Relkin?
No.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski?
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough?
Yes.
Mayor Moeller?
Yes. Anything for the good of the order?
Mayor Mueller,
Councilmember McCullough.
I know the hour is late, but I really think we should revisit the previous unfinished business so that we can correct it. I know I did not support it, so I am not able to bring it back to the floor, but I really think it's going to create a lot of confusion and extra time if we don't bring it back and maybe clarify it. I sense there was confusion even by those that supported it, and I just want to offer that suggestion at this time.
It's up to anybody, motion or to that effect, or who made the motion that they want to rescind? I don't know if we're going to make it more confusing now that it's already passed, but who made the motion?
Well, the motion was on the floor, and then it was adopted. You're talking about unfinished business number 2, aren't you?
Yeah, the one that we adopted.
First one. There was no amendments or anything to that. That was adopted by a 4-3 vote, which meant that the particular items, in just a minute, I need to grab it. That unfinished business number 2 approved the resolution to prepare ordinance language to remove Section 4-2A, which currently states about no alcoholic liquor shall be consumed on public streets or in any other public places, et cetera. So that would be removed from the ordinance the way it stands right now. The ordinance would be prepared to remove that. And in the next section, it would take out where the person shall possess or have under his control or custody, so that would be removed with it from that part of it. So that means a person can possess and have under his control or custody in any public place, any alcoholic liquor, in any container of any kind. And the third part of that was where it said replace a nonprofit corporation with an entity to obtain a permit for the use of property from the Special Events Committee by application therefore, which means only Well, it means any entity, not just a nonprofit corporation. This has authorized preparation of the language to do those three things. The language at the point it is right now would be brought back to you at your next council meeting for its first and second reading.
Who made the motion?
It was made back in December. That was the one that was back in
Right.
December. Just a second here, I'd have to check
Minutes?
the minutes. It was resolution number 12 in the December 10th. Councilmember Byrne.
Councilmember Byrne in the second, before you,
I don't have the second in the minutes because it's not something that has to be in there. I
okay,
don't
well,
have my other notes. with me.
Councilmember Byrne would have to remove the motion, right?
No, at this point, the council has voted on it. Someone in the prevailing side of that, someone who voted yes, would have to ask to have the motion reconsidered,
Okay, so the four that voted yes can ask to have it reconsidered.
if they so desire.
Yeah.
One of them can, yes.
And those four are?
Councilmember Byrne, Councilmember Fisher, Councilmember Lewandowski, or Councilmember Wright voted yes.
Mayor Mueller, I ask
Councilmember
that
Wright.
be reconsidered.
Councilmember Wright makes a motion to reconsider. Need a second?
A second.
Okay.
Councilmember Lewandowski seconded. Discussion. The discussion is, as far as I'm concerned, if we remove 42A from the city ordinances, all we're doing is telling our police officers to give citations under state statute and city statute so that we don't get the money for it.
On this part of it.
Right.
The other part of it, which, yeah.
That's 42A though, that's what we're saying there. It's still going to be a violation of the law, walk down on the sidewalk to your neighbors with a glass of beer or wine. Only the ticket will come from the state, the money will go to the state instead of to the city coffer. And then the other two, I voted no, but number three, I think, I like the idea of the charitable organizations. And I don't know what city or what business would take John's advice and close their business up for a night to go down and put a tent up, but.
Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember McCullough.
Can we ask for a division of the question on this one as well?
You can.
And then that way we could,
Vote on all three separately, or one and two of them separate, or however you want to dice it up.
I just think that'd be easiest, that way we could get each one separate. But I don't want to prolong this meeting. I think we're almost close to a record, I'm not sure.
No.
No? We're doing okay?
Not a record.
You making a motion to that effect?
Yes.
Can I just back up for a minute?
Yes,
You had
you
a
can.
motion to reconsider and a second to reconsider. We really didn't ever take
We
a
have to
vote on
take the
that.
roll to reconsider.
And I need to find a blank space to put this on here, so just a moment.
You doing anything tomorrow?
Yeah, I have an election. Thank you very much.
Oh, before it's over, it'll be tomorrow.
I think I'm just going to go in my office and continue working.
Make a motion to get you a cot.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're voting to reconsider the,
Yes. Unfinished business number.
Unfinished business number two.
Okay. Councilmember Byrne.
No.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yeah.
Council- Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Ralkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes.
Okay, you have it back on the floor as it was before.
So do we need another motion or no?
Okay.
Now, Mr. McCullough, Councilmember McCullough can make your motion to divide them.
Mayor Mueller, I'd like to make a motion to divide the question.
3 ways or?
3 ways, please.
3 ways. Second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Lewandowski, second. Discussion? Okay, now we're just voting to divide the question. Clerk will take the roll.
Yeah, just a second here.
Clerk, she's slow.
Yeah, I'm running out of space. This is what's happening. I have to draw my own little lines here.
We
this
thought that
time.
was tic-tac-toe down there.
Whoa. Okay. Councilmember Fisher.
We're doing section one?
No.
No, this is just to divide
Oh,
it.
to divide the question.
Yep, just to
Jumping
divide.
on ahead, then yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
Yes.
Councilmember Ralkin.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne,
Yes.
Mayor Moeller.
Yes. Okay, now the question's been divided in three ways, so now we will talk about Section 4-2A. Need a motion? No, we don't. Motion's
No, you
there.
don't.
All right, discussion reference removal, Section 4-2A. That's the one I talked about where it would still be a violation of state law, so, yeah.
Discussion?
Discussion, yes. Councilmember Byrne?
Have we ever issued a ticket for this?
Yes.
Many?
I don't have a head count. I don't know if the chief or captain would have a head count, but I know it's been issued before for maybe pre-race night or something, but,
I just can't imagine they're going to auto repair shops and catching them having a beer after work. Doesn't seem very,
exception alcohol, liquor, and public.
if I got
This
the
is
right
public.
one there.
He's got it mistaken.
This is a public
Oh, no,
streets
no,
or other,
sorry.
other
That-
public
that's lower,
places.
sorry.
Public streets, including any store. John, it would be a violation of the LCC, wouldn't it, also? To consume on a private business without license, or am I wrong?
Mayor and council, with the possible exception of other public places, the language in terms of public places, including stores, establishments doing businesses with the public and not licensed for consumption on the premises, is virtually identical to the language of the state law, and I believe that, I believe that's in the liquor control law.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any other discussion? Councilmember Byrne?
Okay, so that does apply to a auto repair place having a beer after work in their building, right? If the person owns the building and is open to the public for repairs, or no?
Well, yeah, if they're letting the public come in and
To drop
have a
off.
beer in their place, yes, it probably would. If somebody that ran a public or an auto repair shop, and when he closed up his doors, he wanted to pop a beer, no, I don't believe that it would apply, because I don't believe that that's what is intended to be covered by that.
Just reading it, I'm not sure that I read it that way. It just says consumption in any public place.
I don't
and
have the exact language in
I-
front of me, but.
I read it the same way you do, Mark, but I'm
And to me,
still
that's-
voting the opposite way you are, so.
And to me, that's trampling private property rights and individual rights, and just because the state says they want to do it, doesn't mean we have to agree with the state and endorse it.
Any further discussion? Clerk, take the roll. Wait a
Council-
minute.
Yeah, what are we voting?
Voting yes would mean that
Preparing language to remove Section 4-2A.
all right, and if you vote no, leaving as is.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
No.
Councilmember Rauken.
No.
Councilmember Wright.
No.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
No.
Mayor Moeller.
No.
The motion is defeated.
Now we're on to number 2. Amend Section 4-2B, which would replace possess or have under his control, custody. That's your job, go ahead.
Number 2 would be to amend Section 4-2B. The statement would now read in that section, I'm getting tired too, there you go. No person shall sell or offer for sale in any public place any alcoholic liquor in a container of any kind which is open, uncapped, or upon which the seal is broken unless such possession, control, or custody has been lawfully authorized by lawful authority or unless authorized elsewhere in this code. That would then change it so that it's just if you were to offer to sell it, sell or offer for sale, as opposed to, right now, it says shall possess or have under his control or custody. And it's been asked to remove the possess or have under control of his or custody.
And no motion is needed, right?
No, there's a motion on the floor, so you're all set.
Yeah, we're just discussion.
So basically with one not passing at the moment. This one pretty much just allows for other things to be changed and really doesn't actually have any impact right now, other than it allows us to make some other changes on other things later, if I read it right.
I'm not sure that I agree. If this is passed, any attempt to do any kind of regulation, for example, in the parks, as I believe there was in the other proposal was to do time limits or whatever, this would leave it wide open. You could possess or have under your control alcoholic liquor anytime in any of the parks.
Wouldn't 4.2A prohibit that, though?
Pardon?
Until we modify 4.2A or leave it the way it is, that wouldn't even apply, though, because that doesn't allow it, period.
Does anybody
Can I offer something?
Pardon?
Can I offer something? I think 4.2A is, basically, they're talking more about the streets. You're talking about the public streets and that kind of thing. And I think the reason there's the conflict here is because in 4.2B, you're talking about, and it does state in there at the end of this, and that's why if you didn't want to remove it, you'd have that option in parks still. It's because it says, unless such possession, control, or custody has been lawfully authorized by lawful authority, which means somebody lawful is given permission, or unless authorized elsewhere in this code. So by leaving that in, you still have an option to make a restriction, make some sort of change in a park area down along the river.
It's kind of...
Because you'll have it
very
authorized
neutral.
someplace else.
The first part deals with consumption, too.
Yeah. So you want...
But the recommendation from the city administration is not to change it.
Is not to change it and to make the changes in
In the-
Chapter 36.
That's correct. Okay. Any further discussion? So again, it's the same way. Vote yes to change it, vote no to leave it as is. Clerk will take the roll.
Councilmember McCullough?
No.
Councilmember Rauken?
No.
Councilmember Wright?
No.
Councilmember,
Just to clarify, no leaves it as...
as it is.
Leaves it as it is and doesn't change it.
Does not change that.
Yes means we would do what you proposed.
Right.
Doesn't leave the resolution as is, it leaves the law as it is.
Leaves
It
the
leaves the
law
law
as
as, okay? Councilmember Byrne?
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski?
Yes.
Mayor Moeller?
No.
It fails also.
Okay, number 3.
Number 3 would be to amend 4-2B1, which just replaces a nonprofit corporation with an entity, where it reads, has to obtain a permit for use of property from the Special Events Committee by application therefore.
Discussion? If we change it, what we're doing is letting liquor license, to take their liquor license, close their business, and go down to a public facility and use their license to sell it there. The way the ordinance reads now, only charitable organizations could do that, correct?
That's correct, and essentially the staff's recommendation is to prepare language to do what is being suggested.
My recommendation would be no, but it's obviously I'm not in the administration, so, because I think if we're going to have it, let the charitable organizations do it. They seem to do a good job down at the parks and our boat night, let them keep the money. Businesses have their liquor license in their establishments, but that's just my opinion, one vote. So.
Mayor Mueller?
Councilmember Byrne.
Is it the yacht club that operates the beer tent now?
Bayview.
It is the Bayview Yacht Club.
That's a charitable organization?
It is a nonprofit.
Nonprofit.
Nonprofit, okay.
Yes.
Big
I meant
difference.
nonprofit, I'm sorry.
Big
Thank
difference
you.
in my mind, anyway.
Yes, thank you, sorry. Mr. Tomian?
Well, we have the regulations of state law that are not going to permit the amendment of any entity. What the staff is recommending, state law allows nonprofits, and we said there's also a provision under state law where a licensed establishment could provide the alcohol And so we're recommending expansion as far as it's permitted under state law.
Currently, we're more restrictive than state law, so. Any other discussion? Okay, you vote yes if you want to have the administration come back with a change, and no to leave as is.
Yes.
Yes.
Does that to be?
Yes, if you want the administration to come back with a proposed change, which could include not just an entity, it could say what was the appropriate language under the law, under the state liquor law.
Under the state statute.
Yeah.
Vote no if you want to keep it to
Just nonprofits. vote-
nonprofits.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? Clerk will take,
yes.
Councilmember Wright.
I want to make sure I understand this.
Okay.
What is the administration suggesting we do? A yes or a no vote?
The administration is suggesting a yes vote, which would open it up to any entity would open it up to nonprofits and liquor control license establishments. Currently, we only restrict it to nonprofit.
And what is the benefit of doing that?
Of changing?
Of opening it,
Yes.
benefit would be that you have more competition, I guess, and it would be same as the state law.
Right, and more competition, you might have one beer tent with a band playing and not just a bunch of outhouses and a beer.
My understanding of how this was initiated was the idea that the council wanted to expand these opportunities.
Right.
Nonprofits are currently permitted. The only other way that you can have an alcoholic license for these special events is with a licensed establishment, so that's our recommendation. If you don't want to expand it, then you don't need to approve it.
If, for instance, Palms Crystal wants to run a tent pre-race night, they would have to close their establishment, bring their license down, and run a beer tent and not have the establishment open for alcohol consumption.
Correct.
They could open it still for restaurant purposes.
What would be their procedure? Would they have to get?
Special
They would have to get a
events
permit.
They
committee.
still would have to get an okay.
Go through a permit process. just
Which
like
would,
they do that.
special permit go through us? The council find out?
No,
Oh,
it goes
okay.
through the special
We'll go through the
events
special events committee. That is basically made up of the administration.
And as a practical matter, I mean, it wouldn't have to be, it could be a bar basically anywhere, but I can't imagine somebody from outside the city of Fort Huron ever getting the permit. That would make no sense.
Any further discussion? Yes to change it, no to leave it as is. Okay, right?
And
Clerk
that-
will take the roll.
Can I just, and that would mean that an entity, you would want the appropriate language that would authorize only authorized entities, right?
Right.
Okay, just
So
so it's
if you're
understood
voting
that, so
yes.
when it comes back in the right form, and then you'll vote on that language at that time.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Rauken.
No.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Byrne.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewandowski.
Yes.
Councilmember McCullough.
No.
Mayor Moeller.
No.
The motion passes.
Anything for the good of the order?
Mayor Moeller, I have 3 items. Just a procedural question. In the case of Resolution 12, where you voted no, and of course on the contract language, where on the last page it says approval as to substance, is it just, Pauline, maybe the question would go to you, procedurally, Brian signs it just as attesting the substance, but not because he's supporting, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to, on that. Second question is relative to the 2008 Annual City Conference. What is the council's decision on this, or how that decision be made based on the timeline here? Is this, I think in previous meetings, the council selects someone to go and an alternate?
They have an act, I don't believe in the one at the legislative conference, that's the case. It's that's
The
the
National
legislative
League.
one. Yeah, it's the National League's legislative one, though.
Okay.
They have their annual conference, which is held, like usually late
Okay.
November, early December. Then they ask for an alternate, a delegate and an alternate.
Okay.
This is not one where they're asking for, so it would
Okay.
be,
Answers that question.
okay?
Okay, Mayor Moore, the last item?
Let me do one first.
Okay, one more,
Before you
then
do
I'll
that
go
one,
last.
because
Yep.
I know you want a special one. Councilmember Wright.
Yes, I'd like to address the council with the time here that we've spent here tonight, and it seems like it's increasing every meeting, that possibly we should look at meeting every week for a temporary basis for 3 months here to try and clean this up a little bit. Maybe we can be a little bit sharper and apply ourselves a little bit more to what's on hand and not as such a large slate that we have. I think we should consider that.
Any motion or discussion, or I guess we need a motion to carry on the discussion.
Well, if that's in the state of a motion, or is he stating that as a
Are you making
motion?
that as a
or
motion?
What I would like
Just
is
a-
the administration to write some kind of wordage for this to go in effect for the future, for us to now think about it for the next meeting and then consider it at this time.
All right.
Could we do that as special meetings?
That's what he's talking about, having a special
Yeah,
meeting
that's what I'm saying.
next
We could-
Monday.
We could just call, as long as we have there's a week notice, isn't it, to post it?
No, posting of meetings is only 24 hours.
Okay.
But somebody has to
Request that?
request the meeting.
Okay, all right.
The mayor can request a meeting, or
3 council
three
members.
council members can request it together. Unless you make a motion in a council meeting to assign, to actually schedule one.
I don't object to it. Let me think about it until the next one anyway. Because Monday's, this Monday's a
Luther King
holiday,
Day.
so, and I already have another commitment for Martin Luther King Day, so.
I would just like us to consider it, to bring it up.
I agree.
Even if we did an extra meeting or two, I mean, some months have 5 weeks in it, even if we did 1 or 2 extra meetings, I mean, I can understand.
I don't have an objection. Any other items for the good? I have one thing, I wish I would have done this a lot earlier, but for those that are still awake, Christine Delkey, her husband is the principal at Portland Northern. She is in the hospital. She's suffering from a rare form of cancer, and they're asking on January 19th at Northern High School between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. that any used cell phones that you're no longer using be brought there and donated for a cure for this particular type of cancer. If you do, you can register for a 19-inch flat-screen TV donated by Best Buy. Delkeys are neighbors of mine and Councilmember Relkins, and nice people. And for you that have kids or attended Portland Northern, probably know Mr. Delkey and his wife and their children. Anything else for the good?
Mayor Moeller, on a lighter note, with all due respect, every other city employee, there's probably no one working longer hours today and tomorrow than Pauline Rep. And since we're discussing drinking tonight, I took the liberties on behalf of the council mayor to, we have a little presentation for Pauline.
Oh, my.
Pauline, here's 5 pounds of coffee for your coffee maker in the morning, since you have to be up at 4 o'clock. You're not going to want to stop because you're a hard worker. Here's your Timbits.
Oh, my.
And I think council will authorize 5 visits to Tim Hortons tomorrow to get coffee during the day during the election. So on behalf
Well,
of the
thank
council.
you. Does that mean I have to stay here all night now? I want to get a bag. Thank you.
Last thing is, I did pass out this. It was just keep these dates available for meetings, and then we'll try to set something up. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Adjourn.